You got Michigan State this weekend, then at Rutgers, Nebraska, Illinois, and then obviously finishing out the season at Ohio State. If I'm calling it right now, I think Ohio State's the better team. So I would say it would be a sucker bet that they'll go undefeated.
Wow. So you're saying Ohio State's going to beat Michigan? That's a hot take, considering they beat them every time ever except
Not
for
last
one
year.
last year. Down year. And by the way, Ohio State almost rallied to come back in that game they had no right to be in. I just can't believe that things have changed that much in this rivalry. I think there's no chance Michigan beats Ohio State and gets there. I'm 100% confident. Now I'm nervous. 99% confident.
Sure.
This is one of the better Ohio State teams we've seen because they actually have a defense. So as long as they don't let Michigan run for 300 yards, Ohio State is coming out of this one.
Okay, so sucker bet.
That's a sucker bet on Michigan, yes.
Okay, next one.
How about Clemson and Dabo Swinney?
Okay, so I think this one would not be a sucker bet. I think that Clemson running the table now escapes against Syracuse. That was lucky. I mean, they make the change at quarterback, which was interesting. Now they're going to play Notre Dame this weekend. Excuse me, they're off. Then they're playing Notre Dame on November 5th. Then Louisville, Miami, South Carolina. Clemson's going to run the table.
I'm going to say sucker bet.
Okay.
First of all, I think the committee will not like the fact that they're platooning quarterbacks or haven't decided on a quarterback. I think that's
committee. Like
the committee's talked about they like stability at quarterback, like that kind of thing. They're looking at something.
Yeah, but
so the
year that Tua replaced Jalen Hurts and
in the title game,
I know, but like they don't hold it against them.
Oh yeah,
no.
They
remember
do.
They flipped it in the SEC championship game.
If a quarterback gets hurt, like they hold that against them. They look at all that kind of stuff. You don't think that it's an indictment on Clemson that they benched DJU?
I don't think it's awesome that they benched DJU, but they still won the game.
They still did win the game, but it doesn't make them look that strong. And listen, this run is not that easy. At Notre Dame is at Notre Dame, and Notre Dame beat BYU, who's a pretty good, was a good team at the time. Also, South Carolina's playing a lot better. Then they have the ACC title game.
Can I give you
There's
the
a lot
Notre
of
Dame
opportunities to
stat
lose
that
there.
I read today?
Yeah.
The Notre Dame stat to end all stats. I did not even know this could happen especially to a team like Notre Dame. Notre Dame is allowing opponents to score on them in the red zone 100% of the time. On every possession. 82% of them have been touchdowns, so it's not all touchdowns and field goals. 100% of the time. The second to last in the entire college football when it comes to that. I can't believe there's a team worse. I was shocked. All right, we're out of time there. See you guys on the phones. Get to you in just a moment. Next, everyone is coming out of the woodwork to clown the Broncos. You'll hear the latest next.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13s. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13s. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
Temperatures are in the low 30s at 10 a.m., increasing sharply to 75 degrees by 1 p.m., and then dropping into the teens by 10 p.m. So before you go to work, put on some gloves, pack some shorts, and a parka. That should cover you for the day.
Your heating and cooling take a beating. Guarantee your system is ready when you need it. Call Delcor. Buy a new train system and make no payments until 2023. It's hard to stop a train. With inflation and high gas prices, you don't need another payment. So buy this month and make no payments until 2023. Delcor, the service professionals.
Pitt County has not gotten our fair share when it comes to state funding because we don't have a seat at the table when it comes time to craft the budget. While the legislature is controlled by Republicans, 100% of Pitt County's members are Democrats. This despite Democrats only making up 40% of Pitt County citizens. Furthermore, while most of our county has risen to the challenge of the pandemic and new business, as well as new development, the glaring exception is the town of Bethel. Under Mayor Glorstein Brown, the signs of the times in Bethel are for rent, no trespassing, and out of business.
What I see happening in Bethel is what I would love to see happen in my district and within the county.
What? No.
That's not what we need. Charles Drock Vincent is a businessman who will be your voice in Raleigh, making sure Pitt County gets our fair share of state funding to facilitate more positive growth in our area. Remember to vote Vincent, your voice in the State House.
Paid for by Vincent for House.
With over 30 locations across North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, Quality Equipment is your local John Deere dealer, where you'll find everything you need for your next project. Our complete lineup of John Deere lawn and garden, agricultural, and commercial worksite equipment comes with years of experience, expertise, and dedication. We know what it takes to get it done right. Stop by today or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or is that a jack-o'-lantern made out of pizza? That's something I want to carve up. Sink your claws into the jack-o'-lantern pizza from Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Hey, Pirate fans, Papa John's is the MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates!
Welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
We all love using Uber Eats, DoorDash, and grocery pickup. It makes life so much easier. Well, now there is cellular delivery, and the team at Cellular Warehouse has perfected the process. They will deliver your new phone right to your door with all your information loaded on the new phone, and the best thing is there is no charge for this awesome service. And you don't have to waste half the day sitting in a Cellular store. Call Toby Williams today at 252-799-7051 and let his team of experts make your cellular delivery today. Cellular Warehouse, your local U.S. Cellular authorized agent, serving all of Eastern North Carolina.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
And you can expect us to play with a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and be able to execute and go make a lot of damn plays for this offense.
I love a shark. A shark does two things. One thing, he never goes backward. He's always moving forward. The next thing he does, he never sleeps. You ain't never saw a shark or a catfish in the same fish tank. It won't happen.
People think that for us it's just about catching a football and doing different things when it's in our hands. No, we're going to be the best damn blockers in the country.
I want this so bad for this university. We got a leader now. We got a leader that's ready to go. So let's take this program to the next level.
We don't want nothing fake. Everything around us and surrounding East Carolina will be real, and the energy is real.
So know your role. If you're a star, be a star. If you're a role player, you be the best damn role player there is.
Yeah, it's going to change. I promise you. As I stand here, it will change. Okay, and when it does, that stadium, it's going to be rocking, and heaven help whoever walks in there to play us.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light pregame tailgate is on the air.
A happy Friday to you, and welcome in to the Week 9 edition of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Flip Rock, a.k.a. Paul Mall, here in the Pirate Radio studios, ready to go for the next 4 hours as we take you up to the 8 o'clock kickoff, ECU and BYU. Man, we got a lot to talk about these next 4 hours and a lot of guests to get to. Before we get to our guests, we'll hear from the head coaches of this game, Mike Houston on the ECU side of things, and Kalani Sitake. He brought BYU here a few years ago to Greenville, North Carolina. Pirates beat them that day at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. East Carolina looking to win their second in a row in this series tonight at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. We'll hear from the head coach is coming up in hour one. We'll also hear from Kevin Monroe, former Pirate, now an analyst for East Carolina football. We'll hear from K-Mo. Also the coordinators in today's game, Donnie Kirkpatrick and Blake Harrell. We will make a couple of trips out live to Provo. In hour number 2, Stephen Igo hoists the colors. Also, Patrick Mason from the Daily Reflector. They are in Utah. We will talk to them and get their thoughts on this matchup, ECU and BYU. Also, normally we'd be on Pirate Radio Live here on a Friday, and we talked to Mark Greenhill's Golf Shop Radio Show. Greeny will join us. Clemson grad. We'll talk about their scare last week and a little Tigers football. He's also a Pats fan. We'll talk about that and more with Mark Greenhill's Golf Shop Radio Show in hour number 2. Hour 3, Jeff Nadeau, the big man on campus from Barstool Sports, was trending on Twitter earlier today. He's part of a catfish controversy. We will address that and also talk about this game from a gambling perspective. Just looked before we went on the air. It is now BYU minus 3.5. That's a bit concerning that the money is going BYU's way. So we will discuss that and the other action going on in college football this weekend with Jeff Nadeau. The voice, Jeff Charles, joins us live from Provo. We'll talk to Brian North, get you ready for some Pirate football, some high school football, and more. Double B Brian Bailey joins us from the field. Coming up in hour number 4 of today's show, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, Billy Weaver, will join us in hour 4, and we'll hear from the Pirate players as well. We got all that and a whole lot more and some Parker's chicken to eat. So we are feeling good on a Friday. Also, a big giveaway for you today. We're giving away not a 6er, not a 12er or 18er. How about a case of Elysian Pumpkin Ale to get you ready for Halloween? We'll give away a case of beer on this edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We will take a timeout, come back, kick it off. We will pop the top on the weeknight edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar with daily specials. And here's the lineup. Mondays feature $7 margaritas and half-price appetizers. Tuesday is stuffed seafood night. Wednesday is date night. Thursday is roasted smoked lamb chop night. Fridays is prime rib night. And Saturday is Italian night and is also Fred and Wilma night with our 36-ounce bone-in tomahawk steak just like the Flintstones. And on Sunday, it's our legendary brunch from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals is your one-stop shop for weddings, anniversaries, corporate events, family reunions, birthday parties, or any celebration with friends and family. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals has the widest selection of tents, tables, chairs, linens, china, concession equipment, bounce rides, games, staging, wedding equipment, dance floors, and so much more. At ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, we help people get together. Call today at 756-7903. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, locally owned and operated on Diamond Drive in Greenville near Agri Supply and Equipment Plus. Did you know time spent outdoors can help improve your children's health and bring balance to their life? The Outdoor Heritage Advisory Council invites you to join the Patch program. This program is for any child under the age of 16 and includes activities like fishing, hunting, and hiking. These are just one of the many ways you can earn the exclusive patches from the Outdoor Heritage Council. For more information on how to sign up and get your adventure started, visit outdoorheritage.nc.gov.
This is John Gavigan with the Gavigan Agency. Our top priority is doing what is best for our members. Whether you are buying a new vehicle, a new home, protecting your family with life insurance, or filing a claim, our agency will be there every step of the way. Our goal is to become a trusted advisor for you and your family for all of your personal and commercial insurance needs. Give us a call in Greenville at 756-1400 for a car, home, business, or life insurance quote today, and give us the opportunity to show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Avoid the long check-in lines and congestion at the big airports and fly local at PGV. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American Airline flights perfect for your next trip. Book today at aa.com. PGV, where the pirates fly.
Winslow's is now Fifth Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room with a brand new look. Fifth Street Hardware also has a new menu and serving lunch and dinner every Tuesday through Sunday and brunch starting at 10:30 on Sundays. What else is new? Well, they have poker every Tuesday night, Trivia Wednesday with DJ Captain Morgan, and on Friday and Saturday nights they have live music open till 2 a.m. serving light appetizers all night long. New look, new name, same location on Fifth Street. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram for more specials. Fifth Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's the way our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 60,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Back with you, and welcome into our first Friday edition, first of two Friday editions of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Good to have you here on a Friday. We'd be here normally with Pirate Radio Live, but today we are inside of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Bud Light reminding Pirate fans to stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. All right, Shirley Rhodes, happy game day to you.
Happy game day.
Big Cheese, welcome in.
Good to be here. Good to be seen, and glad to be here with two of my best buddies, Shirley Rhodes and Clip Brock.
I'm glad I'm one of your best buddies. I'm proud to be.
Are you honored?
I'm honored. Some would say I'm privileged. Honored and privileged.
I'm just trying. I'm trying to count my blessings and
name them one by one.
And y'all two are one of them, because I'm trying to keep my hopes high. Because I have some bad news as we start the show.
Yeah, folks, are you sitting down?
I know earlier in the week we had talked about Jessie going to the hospital, and she got out of the hospital yesterday.
Discharged.
She was discharged yesterday, and everything was going fine, but I noticed there was a little cough still there, and today I had to take Jessie back.
Oh, no.
To the shop.
Jessie, of course, is Chandler's Wrangler that he's had many, many years.
She's back in the shop. Yeah.
Man. Look, tonight, the Pirates are going to go out there and win it for Jesse.
Win it for Jesse.
Do it for Jesse.
Do it for Jesse, guys. Please.
All right. A lot of folks tuned in on Facebook Live and YouTube. Tyler says he's smashing the like from Provo.
Smash it, Tyler.
Randolph says, greetings and salutations, fellas. Hit those likes.
Yes, sir, Randolph.
Jason says, I gently applied pressure to the image that resembles the thumb pointing in an upward direction. We like to call that a like.
I like.
Thank you, Jason. Austin says, R.I.P. Jesse. Not yet.
Not yet.
There's no resting. Right now, Jesse is living.
She's living.
In peace.
I will be able to get Jesse back today.
Austin, are you the guy with the wife?
Oh, the wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had the wedding.
Yeah.
Austin, on a day, we all have heavy hearts, where Tom and Giselle announced their divorce. It is official. Let's get an update, Austin, on your marriage. Earlier this year, was it the state game? It was the first game of the season? I think it was.
Yes.
Where he had a wedding to attend. And we initially gave him advice of, look, if you go and get divorced now, you won't have to go to that wedding with your wife. We kind of backpedaled on that a little bit. I think Mully said, look, there's a marriage scoreboard, and that is going to be a major point for your wife, or you, depending on how you look at it. But either way, she owes you one. So, Austin, give us an update on how that marriage is going. Dawson says, let's go Pirates. Steve is still doing the fake troll character. He says Clip probably hooked up with Giselle. Way to break Brady's heart. That is not true. I have never seen Giselle. I don't even know. Giselle is a model. Is that true?
That is correct.
Yeah. I don't even know really what she looks like. I'm not big on the model world. I think I stopped knowing models back when Cindy Crawford retired. So what does that put me at? Like 1989, 1992?
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. All right. The Moodster says he's giving a little love tap.
A little love tap
to
on the
that light.
Moodster.
Thank you, John
By the
Moody.
Moodster.
Adam says, in Justin Rhodes, the East Carolinian Dreams voice, let's go slap some Cougars. Go Pirates.
I'm going to slap every Cougar on that mountain.
So we appreciate everybody chiming in, tuning in with us today. Give us a like, a sub, and be a part of the show. Let's have some fun here on this Friday.
What do you guys have on your list for game day? I know what Justin has on his list. He has it right here. What do you have, Justin?
I'm bringing coffee, and I'm bringing Pepsi, and I'm bringing beer, and tequila, and whiskey, and more tequila, and more whiskey, and more beer.
And I tell you what, I, too, am doing a lot of sinning on this Friday. I got an ice-cold Pepsi.
How dare you?
Oh, my God. Caffeine content in this bad boy, 38 milligrams per 12 fluid ounces. So I am caffeined up. And just to top it off, my Pepsi needs a chaser. How about some sweet tea, extra caffeinated, from Parker's Barbecue? Parker's hooked us up with a fantastic pregame meal, and boy, a little buffet, if you will. We got some boneless wings. We got chicken sandwiches. I indulged in a shrimp sandwich that was fantastic, little curveball, and some nice slaw. And I've taken down 2 corn sticks to the face already on this Friday. Thank you, Parker's Barbecue, 3 locations in Greenville. And for those of you listening and watching out of town, they do ship nationwide at parkersbbq.com. Woo! Happy Friday to everyone out there.
Yeah, I almost hit the Pirate Radio Live broadcast file coming into the
yeah, it is a little, we got to get our bearings right because we are not here doing this on most Fridays. Teaches BBQ is checking in from Orlando, hoping for another Pirate victory. We got a guy named Calzone. Hey, Calzone.
What are you doing?
He's checking in from work.
Look what we got here. We got Mr. Calzone.
Hey, who's the big Calzone?
We got Tony Calzone.
Hey, Calzone. Hey, get back to work.
Hey, how you doing?
He said he's ready to get home and have a Pirate drink and then watch a little ECU football.
What do you say? What are you doing? How you doing?
The Calzone. Dawson says the holy trio of Winstead, CJ, and Keaton are going to go absolutely crazy tonight.
Absolutely wild. 3 wild and crazy games.
You know, I don't have a lot for hour one, so I just want to read comments the entire hour.
Yes.
Keep them coming. This is good. We don't have any live guests this hour. John Moody is enjoying a Supreme Pizza for his game day meal. What are you guys eating today? Wes is about to fire up the grill.
Wes Hines?
No, Wes Tilgman. We'll see Wes Hines later tonight because he will be here running Conley football. We are going to go break in live to Conley football at 8 o'clock when we're done here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate.
My buddy Donald Juan, who I sat with for the game against Navy, he says sugar-free Monster and gluten-free Tito's equals responsible life choice.
All right, way to go, Donald Juan. John says he's asking team hush puppies or corn sticks. I've made it pretty clear. I'm a corn sticks guy.
Hush. I'm a hush puppy guy.
Hush puppy guy. We had a marriage update on Austin.
Let's get it.
He says, after lots of fasting and prayer, I decided to fight for my marriage. We avoided divorce and even made the trip up from Flowery Branch, Georgia last weekend to watch the Pirates beat UCF.
No, wow.
Not only are they still together, the marriage is stronger than ever. Sometimes adversity brings people together. Sometimes adversity brings football teams together. And I think we have seen that right now from this ECU team.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Hey, look, we were ready to divorce the Pirates after the loss to Tulane.
Yes. It was 2 steps backwards in the program for Mike Houston.
Yeah.
And then after that game, there was two huge steps forward with a big win against Memphis and a dogfight in 4 overtimes, and then a ass whooping against Gus Malzahn and the Knights last week.
Shirley, Paula Abdul said it best, along with was it DJ Scat Cat?
Yes, that opposites attract.
Indeed, it was Scat Cat.
I was referring to the line.
2 steps forward.
Yes.
1 step back.
And then they come together.
Because opposites attract.
That's right.
And you know.
We got to keep taking those steps forward. By the way, I mentioned it on Twitter last week. I love the ECU band's rendition of Cold Hearted Snake, and I sing it at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium every time they play it. And Chandler, he ignores me because he doesn't know the song. But that was a great early. Paula Abdul.
Is it ba-da-da-da or something like that?
It's that's one part of it.
Yeah.
You deserve somebody better, girl. Da-da-da-da. He's been telling lies. Da-da-da-da. You deserve somebody better, girl.
Da-da-da-da. I do remember you humming this the other day.
He's a cold-hearted snake. It's a good tune.
Look into his eyes.
Ow, ow.
Uh-oh.
Great song.
He's been telling lies.
Steve asked, is Wes going to wear a men's shirt today? To be determined. Craig is going with the McRib. It's back.
It's back, and apparently it's the last time. So enjoy it while it's here.
Oh, that's BS.
That's BS. I think it is too.
Absolute garbage.
I think it is too. I think they're teasing us.
That's what they say. Hey, folks, this is the last edition of the Bud Light pregame tailgate ever. So if you like us, you better listen to this one because we might not be back next week. In fact, I guarantee we won't be here next week.
Wow. You guarantee?
But in 2 weeks, we will. But this is it. This is the last one. So make sure you tell your friends. Everybody tune in and like this one because this is it. After today, we're gone forever.
That's great marketing.
It is. Genius. Absolute genius. Brandon is listening from Greenville while packing for Martinsville this weekend. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Brandon, I need Ryan Blaney to win. I need that to happen because I need it to happen. Adam is going to watch the game at AJ's last night. I got a buffalo chicken wrap from AJ's, and
you can't go wrong with it.
You can't. Like, sometimes I go chicken cheesesteak. Sometimes I'll go just tenders and fries. Man, that buffalo chicken wrap. Adam, check it out tonight. I promise you, I will not steer you wrong.
Wednesday night after trivia, I said, I said, what is that? And it was a wild hair that it grew on me. I grew a wild hair, and I said, I'm going to get wings and fries.
They have medicine for that.
What was that noise?
That was a weird noise.
That was Josh Thomas commenting, but it sounded like a wild hair theme. Yeah. It was great timing. Like a wild hair popping up.
Yeah.
That sound.
Ding, ding, ding.
What did you say you got?
Wings and fries. I think that's probably one of the most underrated combos.
Yeah, like you got something unique.
No. But
wings and fries.
But it's so good, and the fries there at AJ's, man.
Yeah, good fries,
good
sprinkle
stuff.
fries. Jackson's firing up the grill with some ribeyes. He said Chandler should be here in about an hour. Chandler wouldn't leave us for some steaks.
No.
Sure, he'd leave us to go on bachelor party trips and weddings
You're
and
damn right.
to hang out with his family because it's his birthday. But I don't think he'd leave us for some steaks. If you did, I expect you to be back with some steaks for Shirley and I. Steve said, did you get some freaking nanner pudding for Billy Weaver? We did not. Billy's going to be mad. We ain't got no desserts.
I hope he's not as mad as he was against Memphis.
But we got him a lot of boneless wings from Parker's, and he really enjoys those. Chad says, give that like a little tap, tap, tap-a-root. John says, rumors are that he might be... John Moody says, rumors are, and I've not heard this rumor, he says Lil Scary might be making an appearance this hour. Real ones know. Lil Scary, yeah, he's a... I remember a Halloween edition of the sports bar. Gruesome Deathman had taken over. I was in the netherworld, the purgatory, and Gruesome had a guest on, a rapper named Lil Scary, and I believe we have that. So maybe we will hear that this hour. One of the best.
We do have it.
No way. We got it right now. If you want to play it right now, why not? Let's do it.
This is one of the best. You got to admit, folks. Because you hadn't heard a lot of Ghost freestyle. This is probably the best freestyle by a Ghost you've ever heard. And his name is a little scary. And, John, the rumor's true because we'll hear it right now. This is from years ago. A little scary here a few days before Halloween.
I'm a ghost. And I be doing the most. Cause I'm a ghost. He's a ghost. I'm a ghost. That man's a ghost. I be rapping from here to the Dead Sea Coast. I'm a ghost. He's a ghost. I'm a ghost. Boom, boom. I ain't alive. I'm dead because I am a ghost. I'm a ghost. And I do the most. Living life. Not living life because I'm dead, man. Told you I was dead. In the graveyard. That's what I said. I don't have a head. I don't have an arm. I don't have a leg. Where's my leg? I don't really know, but they cut it off. Man, that really, really hurt. But I'm okay now because I am living in the afterlife and I am chilling with my afterwife in the afterlife. I got 3 kids. I got 4 kids. I got so many kids, man, you don't even know how many kids it is. I'm a ghost. He's a ghost. I'm a ghost. That man's a ghost. I'm a ghost and I be doing the most. Cause I'm a ghost. I'm a ghost. Spooky, spooky. I ain't alive, man, cause I'm a mother ghost. Yeah.
A little scary. I think that he's a one-hit wonder.
Yeah,
that's the only,
Vanilla Ice.
That's the only song I've heard from Little Scary.
Just don't get dangled over a balcony
by Rick Ross.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try. He'll try not to. John, thanks for bringing up Little Scary. That was fun. He got so many kids, man. He don't even know how many kids it is. Let's see. Ooh, Josh is having WAP. Is it WAP or WAP?
It's WAP.
Wings and pizza.
That's a good combo, too.
Wings and pizza at the watch party tonight.
Hey, my man Brian Harris with 360 Golf Cart says, we'll share the broadcast for every Pepsi or sweet tea that's chugged or funneled.
All right.
So let's get started.
Well, I'm here on the tee.
And I tell you what, this
you better share this because I'm about to do it. I got about, it's almost half. I'd say about 45% of a cup. What do you got? Oh, you got a shot over there.
Yeah, I got a shot. I'll take a shot.
All right, I'm going to shoot this down.
All right.
It's the first time I've chugged something in a while. Been off the beer wagon.
I can feel the sugar just swimming in my veins.
Oh, my goodness. Woo,
I can feel the sugar swimming in my veins.
I can't believe those Utahns, those Utes.
Gosh.
Don't have this feeling that I feel right now after chugging a sweet tea.
I tell you what.
Yeah, man. That's
you put a cougar in front of me right now, I'm slapping the hell out of it.
I am slapping that cougar.
I'm slapping the hell out of that cougar.
All right.
Jason said, that's money, dude. That's a reference to a TikTok star that does cooking and stuff, and it's hilarious.
All right. Thank you for the reference there.
That's money, dude.
Steve Hill doing it big. He's bulling up some ramen. You know, I've never thought about that as a pregame meal. That'd be pretty good. Bowling up some ramen. Be a cool album title, too. Craig says, please tell me Weaver is dressing like Ben Franklin for Halloween 5th quarter. Every time he has to read something, it would be perfect. We used to go big on Halloween. And by the way, I hate doing this. I hate talking about something that I can't give the reveal on.
Oh, no, you're going to do a Troy D?
Yeah, it's a bit of a Troy D. But I have received photos of Kevin Monroe's Halloween.
Oh! I was just about to, I thought you were going somewhere with Billy Weaver.
No.
But I literally, when we brought up Halloween costumes and stuff, I thought about it. I was like, Halloween's on Monday. We've been talking about this for the past, I want to say I started talking about it in September when we started talking to Kevin Monroe about ECU football. Kevin Monroe is the king of Halloween costumes. Now,
it is
really. Is it better than last year? Is it better than previous years?
I don't know if he's done with it quite yet. It's funny. It's really fun. It's
my
funny.
Gosh.
It's good. I mean, he's got a high standard, right?
Yeah, you got to rise to Kevin Monroe's costume standard.
And but man,
costume.
It looks it's cool. So we'll share pictures on Monday. He wants to save it for when he can show the world. But he did.
Can I see it at the break?
Yeah, because it is kind of our thing.
Okay.
You really enjoy it, so I'll show you. All right. Boy, I love this segment. Just talking to you guys, just having a fun Friday.
This is like a regular Friday though, because we usually have the Goof Off Friday to start the show.
What you got, Shirley?
I was going to say I will have my costume reveal on Monday.
Shirley gave us a blast from the past on our promo video today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dressing up as a spotted cougar
and I'm still pretty sore.
Attacking Chandler Honeycutt. So are you coming to the studio dressed on Monday, Shirley?
I see that part I haven't decided yet. I'm either going to come dressed to work or I'm going to wait until the show on Monday afternoon and do it then. So I haven't really decided which one I want to do yet.
Zach says we need to hear the player's opinion on I'm a Ghost on Monday. I tell you what. We are playing it for Isaiah Winstead.
Yes. Yes. The first thing he's going to say is, was that you? Was that really you?
Is that?
Is that actually
who
you?
is this?
How I download that? I need that.
A little scary.
Yeah, I cannot wait to play that for Isaiah Winstead.
No, you got to play it for every single player.
Every player?
Every player.
All right.
I mean, come on.
It will be Halloween.
Because we have to have, they like music, and, I'd like to hear their opinions on it.
What if Gruesome Deathman does the whole show on Monday?
Ooh.
Holton. How scary was that interception against Tulane?
How was it when your shoulder literally popped out of socket?
And remember,
it continues to do so to this day.
This is me, Gruesome Deathman, not Clip, asking these questions.
And we have to get Igor.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got to get Igor in here.
Igor could get in here.
Hello, Clip. That year... that year where he said that, you couldn't.
Shirley, when you're done snorting Pepsi through your nose,
you're like, I'm not Cliff. I'm Death Root Beer.
Shirley, not only does Shirley drink caffeine, she snorts it because she just took some root beer through the nostrils on that laugh. We might need to pull up Igor at some point today.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Hunter, you know what? We need to take a break. Dawn is driving and listening in Virginia, representing the Pirates.
Up in the VA.
Blake says, Clip, I just found out you're my cousin's stepdad. Boy, this sounds like Maury Povich. If there's anyone else out there who I'm a stepdad, so it's not you are the stepfather. So I'm assuming you
are the cousin of the stepdad.
Todd's cousin? All right, cool. Hello, Blake. Welcome to the Step Family.
Step Family.
Yes, sir. All right. I feel like Eminem. Everybody fighting and fussing over who wants to invite me to supper. All of a sudden, I got 90-some cousins.
Are your knees weak and your arms heavy?
Yeah, I got mom's spaghetti. We got Parker's Barbecue. We had a request, Shirley, From Hunter, he wants to hear the Justin clip again. So let's play that and take a timeout here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate.
All right.
Not our most productive segment when it comes to talking Pirate football, but one of my favorite segments on the show. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep the interactions going. What's on your game day menu?
Where are you listening from?
Draw up a play for tonight that you want to see ECU run.
First offensive play of the night. What is it?
Predict a big play in tonight's game, whether it be a touchdown, an interception, a turnover, a special teams play. Who's going to have the big play for East Carolina? We want to hear it all. Right now, we'll hear from Justin again real quick. All right, Justin's up next in New Bern. Hello, Justin.
Clip, it does warm my heart to watch us beat the crap out of them sorry SOBs from UCF. I ain't got to tell y'all this, but y'all know when Marcus Crandall got knocked out, it was a cheap shot. It was a dirty shot from UCF. So I do love to watch us beat UCF. If I'm not mistaken, this puts the all-time series at 11-9 Pirates.
11-10, isn't it?
It broke the tie. It broke the tie, Justin.
Here we go. Last at 11-10. I hope we don't never play them again. Send them on to the Big 12. I don't want nothing to do with them. I hope they got to live with this for the rest of eternity. And I hope that crappy little erector-set aluminum stadium they got rust apart from all the tears from the UCF fans. Because I'm so sick of UCF. All I hear, but don't let them fool you and think they're a good program. Let me tell you, in the last 20 years, they got just as many zero-win seasons as they do major bowl victories. I'm so sick of this bullcrap about this Space U, yada, yada, yada. That Space U message is made up as the national championships. They used to be the Citronauts. More like the Citronauts going to win the national title or the conference title or nothing this year. And don't let me forget about you, Gus Malzahn. You started the week talking about how you don't like East North Carolina barbecue. Well, you know what, Gus? You ain't nothing but a yellow egg-sucking dog. And next week in Provo, Utah, BYU, we are coming for you. I'm going to slap every cougar on that mountain. And we're bringing all the vices to you. I'm bringing coffee, and I'm bringing Pepsi, and I'm bringing beer and tequila and whiskey and more tequila and more whiskey and more beer. And Mike Houston and the Pirates are rolling in there, and we're whooping some BYU tails. Go Pirates!
That's how you call the fifth quarter. That's how it's done. Will it ever get old? Justin in New Bern. Will it ever get old? That's fantastic. Troy D tuned in on Facebook Live. Troy, I noticed you hadn't liked the show yet, so if you could give us a like, that'd be great. He says not to sound like Mully, but what does pull a Troy D mean? Well, Troy, that's bringing up something, hyping up something,
hyping it up,
and not giving the reveal.
Yes,
not giving the payoff.
It's basically like a teaser.
It's a big tease.
Yes.
Troy D, Troy T, Troy T's.
Troy T's.
Give us a like, Troy. Come on. And look, we got to earn your like. Was this segment not enough? If not, stay tuned. There will be a segment during this 4-hour show that will make you give us that like. John says it's lobster night in Ahoskie, North Carolina.
Let's go. Let's
Man,
go.
Had a good lobster in a while.
Jeff's listening and watching from Manio. Is that how you say it?
Manio?
Manio.
Grilling oysters Rockefeller tonight.
Rockefeller.
Man, it's a seafood night. I had a shrimp burger from Parker's. We got catfish, Jeff Nadeau later on in the show. We got lobster night in Ahoskie. We got oysters in Manio. And the Pirates and Cougars going at it at 8 o'clock. We're back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Hey, Ellerby, have you tried our new menu at Clean Eats?
I was planning on going there today. Tell me what's new.
First of all, you're going to love our new melts. A melts is a quesadilla folded over like a sandwich full of things like beef and queso and chicken parm.
Scott, tell me you got more.
Man, I do. We have pretzel bites with queso, our fabulous meat and taters wrap, and we even have Clean Eats mac and cheese, complete with beef or chicken on top.
It all sounds awesome. I'm going to head over there now.
Fantastic. I hope to see everybody at Clean Eats, 805 Red Banks Road, Arlington Village.
BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in eastern North Carolina. With homes in Blackwood, Mills Creek, Dalton's Cove and Farmville, and Belmar and Ayden, they're constantly expanding. Now to Laurel Glen and Sarah's Way, plus the new duplex community at Abigail Trails. BMS Builders can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or ECU football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. Call 916-1578 for BMS Builders.
All anniversaries are special, but because it's Bostic Sugg Furniture's 85th anniversary extravaganza, we packed a lot into our big extravaganza with not one, not two, but 3 ways to save. Extra 10% off, plus $19.37 local delivery, plus 6 months special financing on all in-stock and custom orders. Change your mattress, change your life, and get 48 months special financing during the big 85th anniversary extravaganza on now at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
Revive Health and Wellness of Greenville is here to enhance your health, assist you with weight loss goals, improve your overall feeling of well-being, elevate your natural beauty, and to give you the confidence that you need and deserve. Locally owned and operated by Samantha Casper, Revive Health and Wellness has a new location and is ready to serve you. Visit them at 2459 Emerald Place in Greenville. Call today to set up an appointment at 350-1805 or go online at revivehealthwellness.org.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Are you looking for a home loan? Look no further than Amy Goss at Guild Mortgage. Since 1960, Guild Mortgage has partnered with industry professionals to close loans on time and help millions of Americans realize their dreams. Call Amy Goss at Guild Mortgage in Jacksonville, 910-389-4602. Amy Goss is licensed in Florida, Georgia, Maine, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Guild Mortgage Company, Equal Housing Opportunity, NMLS 3274. NMLSconsumeraccess.org/for licensing information. Please visit guildmortgage.com/licensing. Guild Mortgage is not affiliated with Pirate Radio.
Hi, this is Jeff Charles for my friends at Ed Watkins Marine. I've known Ed personally for years, covering his winning performances on the football field and on NASCAR's pit road. Now Ed is winning on the water, and you get to win too. You win with awesome prices on boats from Ed Watkins Marine, and of course, great service after the sale. If you're looking for a new boat, contact Ed Watkins Marine today. They will deliver anywhere. Find them online at edwatkinsmarine.com and tell them the voice sent you.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, you got 2 games coming up tonight as far as college football goes. Of course, you got ECU and BYU, and Louisiana Tech and FIU will kick off at 8 o'clock as well. Some noon games of note for tomorrow. It'll be Boston College taking on UConn. Those two teams are, Boston College is 2-5. UConn is 3-5. Georgia Tech will take on Florida State at noon as well. Number 16, Syracuse will host Notre Dame. It'll be Ohio State and Penn State at noon. South Florida and Houston in an AAC matchup coming up at noon. And then TCU will also go on the road to take on West Virginia at noon as well. And then Virginia will host Miami. Both these two teams are struggling, and they're both 3-4. That game kicks off at 12:30, and that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates, and they are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And right now during football season, you can join The Buck for Sunday Fun Day with football, food trucks, live music, and giveaways, and the largest 4K TV in Eastern North Carolina. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck.
The Buck.
Thank you, Shirley Rhodes. Welcome back into this Friday edition of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Pardon me. We're going to go out live to Provo coming up at 5 o'clock. Check in with Stephen Igo, Patrick Mason. We'll talk to the voice, Jeff Charles, later on in today's show. He is out in Utah. Brian Bailey is out in Utah. Great picture from Brian Bailey earlier today.
He looks like a bug in a rug. Snug as a bug in a rug.
He had his beanie, his toboggan, as we call it here in the South.
It's cold and that kind of thing.
It's a little chilly, and they got mountains and that kind of thing.
The Commodore.
He's in front of the mountains and very picturesque. We love Brian Bailey, don't we?
Yes, we do.
We will talk to BB later on in the show.
Great job, by the way, hosting Minji's Madness the other night. I really do think that Brian Bailey was enjoying the competition there. He was doing a good job of encouraging the contestants, especially the non-athletes. And then during the dunk contest, when dunks were made, he would let out a big woo.
Yeah, he had a great woo on one of them. You know what would have made Minji's Madness better?
What's that?
I don't know. I didn't know if you had any. But, I don't have anything. I was wondering if you could think of anything.
Well, I mean, I would have had like a different 3-point contestant.
Like who?
I don't know. Patrick Mason.
Yeah, that'd have been fun.
Maybe Stephen Igo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe bring back a alumni that's in the sports broadcasting department. Josh Graham.
You know what? I'm sorry I asked. Never mind. We'll move along.
I would say Clip Brock.
I
think Clip Brock would have done a good job.
You said it, not me. Brian Moore has a Friday planned. Let me tell you about his Friday. He says, "What a night! Check out this lineup."
Oh, what a night!
ECU football on ESPN2. Widespread panic on live stream from Savannah.
Okay.
And he says, "I'll be at the Canes game versus the Islanders."
Shut your mouth. Shut the front door. Slap your grandma.
Brian is having a Friday. Have a Friday, Brian.
Have a Friday.
All y'all out there have a Friday. Hornets play tonight too, Chandler.
Hornets. I am mad at you that you saw Halftime Steve the other day, and I didn't.
Yeah, I gave him a wave. John says, "What are we thinking about the Hoops team this year?" I'm thinking that I'll be there to watch them play. And that's all I got.
I'm not going to determine what they're going to look like from Minji's Madness.
I have low expectations.
There was a lot of missed shots.
Mostly, it's not. I mean, not even about that. I haven't seen these guys play. They haven't played together. I think, here's what I expect. I expect R.J. Felton to be a better all-around player. I expect Javon Small to be a more confident player. I think, with my naked eye, and I
Put some clothes on.
I did play middle school basketball, so I can speak on this. I thought in games where he played where the game was still a game and in reach, I thought he was a little tentative. And then I thought when he was playing in mop-up time, garbage time, he played loose and looked like the player he can be. I thought maybe he had a little freshman nerves. I might be wrong. I might be way off. I think he plays with more confidence this year in year two, and I think he takes a nice leap.
Do you know who I will say the same thing about? And you mentioned his name already. Remember how many times last year we were sitting in Section 213 or maybe doing a watch-along or watching a game somewhere, an away game, about how many times I would talk about R.J. Felton, how aggressive he was attacking the basket, but it just seemed like he never would finish. He would always, like, dish it out or something. I would like to see him get more confidence and maybe driving the basketball and getting to the hoop and creating some points and producing.
Brandon Johnson played great, I thought, non-conference, and then the competition took a step up in conference play. I think we might see a more consistent throughout the year Brandon Johnson. And how much do these guys play? Are they going to get beat out for their spots by the players that were brought in? We just don't know. Nick says Felton should be a standout for us this season. I tell you what, he's got the athleticism. He's got to get that shot going, though. He had a lot of severe bricks. Like, he didn't just brick them. He wasn't
the only one.
He was super bricking them. So got to get more consistent from the outside. And like Chandler talked about a lot last year, he can get to the rim.
Yes, he can.
Got to finish.
He
can get there. Maybe as he gets older, he starts getting more calls going to the free throw line. So, look, it's basketball. It's ECU hoops. I'm excited. I'll be there. Looking forward to it. Nick says Terry Funk would appreciate the egg-sucking dog reference by Justin. Terry Funk, old wrestler. Jason's tuned in from Havelock. Newton is listening from work. Brooks Hill is prepping for his hockey call tonight.
Brooksy
says he's hoping to catch the fourth quarter after his game is done, and then after that you can catch the fifth quarter. Deuce says...
Deuce Staley?
I meant Jonathan. We got some guys referencing some things. Jonathan says Clip has no clue if ECU football. Dawson said, have you figured out if ECU football yet? That is a reference from earlier this week. And then Jonathan says, I don't know if ECU football, but Deuce will take one to the house tonight. So he's calling for a touchdown by Deuce himself, Keaton Mitchell. All right.
I just want to say, Cliff, a lot of people probably think you're a jerk. You know, you're an a-hole.
Why would you say that?
Well, let me get to the point.
Yeah, you're right.
But people don't know that you have a heart if gold.
Thank you, Chandler, for saying that. Oh, boy, we have fun. All right, I guess we should talk a little Pirate football this hour. Let's hear from the head coach, Mike Houston, his press conference earlier this week, Shirley. Let's go cut 13. He was asked, how do you prepare for an expected large crowd at BYU, which this will be the first kind of true road environment with a big crowd ECU's facing all year as we sit here in late October. Here's what Coach Houston said.
Well, I think, the biggest positive is, Coach Kirkpatrick has played out there, and he has played in a night game out there when it's, really rowdy. I think that just over the years, we've done a pretty good job with just, simulating that with, it's the reason we do play the music at practice, and we play at a pretty high decibel level during those team periods, is that it forces the kids to communicate without verbal communication. It forces them to use hand signals. It forces us to do things on, a silent count kind of deal. And so that's going to be our big focus this week, is really, dialed into that and doing a great job with that. It'll be a challenge Friday night, but, it's one I think our kids will be ready for.
All right, Mike Houston there. We talked to Bryce Williams. A lot of the former players I've talked to have said this. They would rather have it where it's screaming loud against them than a empty environment like the one at FAU when they took on South Florida. So communication maybe is an issue, false starts, things like that, but you got to have a silent count ready and all that communication down. As far as atmosphere itself, the players prefer a tough road crowd as opposed to a light one. So we'll see that tonight in Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Doug Young is tuned in from Raleigh Wood. He said he's going to watch the first half at Hyde Park Bar and Grill, and says, anyone else going there? Hey, if you're in the Raleigh area, go to Hyde Park and Grill.
Hit him up.
Say, Doug, hey, I was listening to the Bud Light, blah, 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 blah. Say Doug.
A burglary.
Thank you, Pace. I was listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate as well, and here I am at Hyde Park Bar and Grill. You wanna link up? You wanna watch this game together? You wanna give some high fives? Do some touchdown celebration handshakes? Look, go see Doug tonight. That'll be fun. Adam's going to AJ's. Go do the same thing there.
Go to Hyde Park and tell them that Doug sent you.
Let me see if I can see Doug's picture. Nope, it's just a D. So every man you see, I don't know his race. So anybody
This
there,
is like a Fred McGriff situation for me.
anybody there that looks like a man, just go to every table and say, "Are you Doug?
Are you Doug?
Are you Doug? Are you Doug? Pirate fan? Doug? Pregame?
Doug Young?
Doug
Young?
Doug? Mr. Young? Young? Party of one? Doug? See if you can find Doug. It's like, where's Waldo? So do that tonight. We've got a lot of spam in the Facebook chat, so that's always good to see.
Don't click on those links, folks.
Hey, if you see a link, don't click on it. That goes for just about anything.
Smash the like, but don't smash the link.
Robert is listening from the L-Dub, Little Washington. He says he's eating Clean Eats. Wife's decision. Clean Eats has some good food.
They do.
He will He will be drinking tequila, whiskey, more tequila, more whiskey. All right. Ben will be at Angry Ales in Charlotte. They're going to have a full table of Pirate fans tonight. So
go out there and meet them.
Great thing about these road games, you can't be there, but the watch parties, whether it be in your backyard, in your living room, at a bar, and Chandler, if it's I'd say a game within 10 points. We might do it regardless, but we'll probably fire up a live feed in the fourth quarter tonight.
I'd say yes.
Late in the game.
I'd say yes. If you were to put it up to my decision, if you were to put it up to me, I'd give you one of these. I'd say, do you know Hugh? Do you know Hugh? And I'd say, Hugh, damn right. Let's fire it up. Let's have a watch along.
It's a good one, Chandler. Do you make that up?
No.
Okay.
You know Hugh?
Yeah.
Hugh, damn wrong.
Did you make that up?
Yes.
All right.
Now that's my material. That's my material.
That is a Chandler exclusive there from the man of Chan. Well done. All right. Any more comments? Steve. Wait, did Steve come in here?
By the way, yes. I do want to give a shout out to old Steve Hill. Steve-O. Thank you. He said, here is to avoiding the wrath of Billy Weaver. Because, when Billy doesn't have his sweets.
Oh,
usually
yeah. Thank you, Steve.
Usually the banana pudding from Parker's, which we don't have. He cannot say that we don't have sweets. We do have sweets. We got some donuts courtesy of Steve Hill. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. That's awesome.
Steve is a real one.
When did we get those?
He walked in a while ago.
While you were giving your scoreboard.
While you were giving the scoreboard on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard.
Hey, while Shirley's doing the scoreboard, here's some donuts for you and Clip. Don't give any to Shirley.
Oh, yeah, he said don't give them to Shirley. I hate her. I hate her so much.
God.
And I said, Steve, don't say that. He said, nah, I really hate her
Steve,
so much.
Hate's a strong word. Don't you just mean kind of dislike?
No, I mean hate. I loathe her.
I cannot stand her. It was bad, Shirley. I was shocked.
It was ugly.
You know
I said, Steve, you're being ugly right now. I said, Steve, you're being ugly. He said, I don't care. I hate her. I hate her.
You know what I have to say about that? Get in line, brother. Get in line.
It's a long line.
You are not the first, and certainly you are not the last.
There you go. And Shirley's going to eat her a donut. Well, I don't want to speak for you. Will you be eating a donut?
You damn right.
What? Did you make that up?
Yeah, you know you too.
We cannot escape the wrath of Steve Spam in the text chat. He said, for a good time, click this link, www.cliplikesturtlefeet.com. I mean, what are we doing, people?
Steve said, I hated Shirley. I would if told her.
See, now that's good. That's why you got to keep throwing them out there. Every now and then, one sticks. Scott, speaking of turtles, is in Terp Nation. He says he will be watching tonight.
Isaiah Foot, Scott.
Isaiah Foot.
He loves him, so Isaiah Foot.
Ben says, Pirates and Commanders money line. Parlay with me, Clip. Maybe. I will tell you this. I'm doing something stupid. I'm calling it the Purple Pirate Paradise. The Purple Paradise Parlay. Pirates and Hornets.
This is a good comment here.
Could be the heartbreak parlay.
Oh, Hornets, Orlando, winless. Ugh. Steve Clifford revenge game. Yeah. But Mark on YouTube, we've been talking about the Justin and Newbern audio bite that we have. This is a good one, and this is a good question. I don't know if he has or not, but he asked.
No, Shirley, how do we have this saved? I want to hear this guy again.
He asked, has the seven damn gaps? 7 damn gaps. He said, has that guy called in since the South Carolina game last year? Missed that guy.
Okay, so now that we know the game it was, I can probably, if we have it saved, go look it up from the date.
What year was it?
So this was last year, South Carolina.
Oh yeah, we have it on file.
Week 2, so it would have been like the first week of September. Didn't we play like August, whatever against App State?
App State.
Yeah,
and then South Carolina.
We've got it.
All right, Mark, we are going to look for that because I want to hear 7 damn gaps. 7 damn gaps. I got to hear that again. Good callback. Hey, we'll open up the request line. Any old comments and clips and calls you want to hear?
Yes.
Some Disney adventure person says, "Go Pirates!" Rooting on from Chicago. The city that never sleeps.
Stan says, "Smoking."
The City of Angels. The Lone Star State. Yeah.
Okay. Stan on YouTube, father of Geen.
Geen's dad.
Stan, by the way, early
on the
congratulations of almost retiring. Stan's about to be retired, folks.
The Mile High City.
So Stan, almost retired Stan, smoking sriracha wings on the smoker with pirate beverages. It's game day. Smash the like. Yes, sir.
I don't know Stan. I know him via social media, and we interact from time to time, but he seems
I know Stan.
He seems
in your face. I know him. I've met him.
He seems like a very, I don't know if interesting is the word, like the life of Stan. I think I would like to live the life of Stan. It's a lot of like sitting in a lawn chair or like sitting with a brew and just kind of chilling. I think he plays music.
Okay, you're describing him very well.
Yeah.
I don't know if he plays music, but he... Like,
well, I do, and you don't, so I know him better than you do.
No, I know him. I've shook his hand.
You don't know crap.
Yes, I do know Stan. I know Stan.
Stan, who knows you more, me or Chandler?
I know Stan.
Who do you like more, me
I'm
or
friends
Chandler?
with him on Facebook, too,
all right.
and I've met him.
Stan
I've met him in the jungle at ECU baseball
Stan
games.
likes me more than either one of y'all.
Okay, well, you're not.
Damn you! Damn you, Shirley!
I hate
you!
I hate you!
Now I'm with Steve. I hate you. I hate you.
Stan, it's time to make a stand. Me or Chandler?
I hate you, and you ain't getting no damn donut.
I hate you, Shirley.
I hate you, Shirley.
All right.
No one asked you. Damn.
Let's take a break.
I know Stan. I know Stan.
Not like I do.
No, I know Stan.
All I know is...
Hey, and I know Geen. I know the whole Briggs family.
Who sang the song? What duet did Does He Love You in the 90s?
That would be Reba McEntire and Linda Davis, I think was her name, but they have done a remake of the same song with Reba and Dolly doing it.
Oh, okay.
Because I actually like that. I do like the original version, but I do like the Reba and Dolly version.
Chandler, which one of us has bigger man boobs, me or you?
You.
Shirley? God, Shirley, I hate you.
I love you, Shirley.
Well,
I love you.
I'll be Dolly.
I don't know. I might have you beat.
I'll be Dolly, you be Reba, and we're going to sing Does He Love You to Stan like he loves me, and Stan's going to pick who he loves more.
I don't know how to sing the song.
Well, too bad.
Does he love you like he loves me, like he loves me? Does he think of you?
It's a great tune.
So I'm basically repeating what you're saying.
Pretty much.
Okay, all right.
But we're not really going to do it. It's just a bit. We're on a pregame show. We're going to be serious and talk Pirate football.
Oh, sorry.
All right, let's take a break.
I love you, Stan, and I know you.
He still likes me better than you guys.
East Carolina wins tonight to become bowl eligible and get to 6-3. He's watching from Kinston. I like where your head's at, Brandon. Purple Beard also said that. Purple Beard said, let's go undefeated on a Friday night. Canes, Hornets, Pirates. Jason says, where has this program gone? Great question. It's Friday. I'm feeling weird.
If you think it's bad now, wait till the call-in show.
Oh, boy. The freaks come out at night. Halloween weekend, midnight, Friday night. We could have an all-time fifth quarter tonight. All-time fifth quarter, potentially. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back and have more for you. Hour 2, Bud Light pregame tailgate. It's a fun show. Back after this.
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients.
Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road in Winterville and a new location coming soon to Uptown Greenville.
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Brian Buck with Buck Insurance Agency. This season, when you attend your favorite sporting event, take the game day pledge. If your team is playing, win or lose, support your team to the end of the game. When you leave early, you risk missing your favorite athlete making the play of their career. When our family buys a ticket, we always plan to stay to the very end. Take the game day pledge this season with Buck Insurance Agency. Play to the end, stay to the end.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates!
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. UniversitySportswearENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, UniversitySportswearENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit UniversitySportswearENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. UniversitySportswearENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Wings Over delivers. Wings Over delivers. Wings Over delivers. If you're looking for wings to be delivered to your home, Wings Over Greenville has you covered with no third party needed. Wings Over Greenville has its own in-house delivery service. Be sure to try the all-new tender sandwiches by ordering ahead on the Wings Over mobile app. Open till 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, Wings Over has everything to cure those late-night munchies. Give them a call at 758-9464. Wings Over Greenville. They deliver.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 until 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light pregame tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, a wild hour number one. That was fun. Thanks to you guys. We are at 50 likes on YouTube. I think this can be a 100 like show. We've got 37 more people listening than we do likes. So if you have not given us a like yet, a thumbs up, please do. I think this could be a 100 like Bud Light pregame tailgate heading into Friday Night Football. Facebook numbers sitting in the 20s when it comes to like. Definitely need to get that number up. We've got, again, more listeners than we do likes at this moment. Okay, upper 20s, so let's keep that number going up, and let's get to liking. Let's get to liking.
Let's get the liking. And it can be a 100 liked show on YouTube, but that's only up to the people.
Right.
It's not up to us.
Not up to us.
It's up to the people out there listening and watching. It's up to you guys. So if you want it to be a 100 liked show, 100 like pregame show, then smash the like.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple.
Yep.
Do it.
That it is. All right, so could be tricky with the times and everything. Stephen Igo is requested to go later on this hour, so we'll call him in about 45 minutes or so. We will try Patrick Mason. I'll see if he'll be ready to go in about 15 or 20. And we've also, Brian Bailey is set to go at 7 Eastern. Jeff Charles, 6:30-ish. So we do have some guests lined up, but it is a little difficult where Igo's trying to park and drive and can't park and drive and talk at the same time, apparently. But look, nothing against him. It's all right. Who requested the 7 Damn Gaps call? That was Mark. Well, Mark, during the break, I found it. And his name is Joe, and he called in last year after East Carolina lost to South Carolina. And boy, he was hot. And boy, it was funny. So let's hear from Joe in Greenville.
Joe is up.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
All right.
Hey, so I just got a few things to say. One, when are we going to stop riding the hometown kid's nuts? He's terrible. I'm tired of it. He can't make a read past his first one. He doesn't off anymore.
What do you mean?
Are we riding?
Who's riding?
Are
nuts?
we riding it?
Everybody's no. I'm not y'all in particular. I'm just talking about you go on HTC 247. You listen to Steven Igloo. He's all yeah, guy doesn't know what he's talking about. All right. Number 2, okay. Donnie Kirkpatrick fired yesterday. All right. We fired Houston's first defense coordinator. We need to fire the damn first offensive coordinator. Number 3. All right. Listen to me now. If you want to save some money, because I know we're floundering for money around, ain't no one showing up to a damn game playing as piss poor as we are. Have me as the damn head coach. I go out there and I can coach a bunch of guys to run the ball twice and throw it on 3rd down. That ain't freaking ingenuity.
I know. Well, that's everybody on this post-game show can go out there and run this team. Everybody can. That's why they're calling in.
You can hire daggone salary from the soup kitchen to go out there.
What kind of language are you talking?
Well, look,
Joe?
Sally from the soup kitchen.
I don't know, but I like it.
Sally from the soup kitchen was in the concession stand running out of hot dogs.
And I got one more question for you. This is serious.
You hadn't asked the question yet.
I know.
In the 4th quarter, with about 30 seconds left, when they shifted, and they shifted right, and they created about 2 more gaps on the right side of their offensive line, and we sat there with our thumb up our ass. What in the hell is our defensive coordinator thinking? Well, oh, they created 2 more gaps? I think we're okay. We only got 2 guys over here to cover about 7 damn gaps. I mean, what the hell are you thinking?
Wait a minute, Joe. Are you getting on the defense now?
Well, Blake Harrell's name is. The defense played great. I'm not blaming them. I'm not blaming
because the defense only gave up 10 points. Now I know.
I'm blaming the coach.
Wait a minute. Let me tell you where we get 10 points from too, because 7 points obviously was on the pick 6, and then you give up a 65-yard kickoff return on special teams, which set up an easy field goal after a 3-and-out from there. So in my opinion, the defense only gave up 10 points to an SEC team. I'm good with them.
You're exactly right. I'm not blaming the players.
Okay.
The players played great on defense. I am blaming the coach. You call a timeout with 30 seconds left, and we save it to ice the kicker inside the 20-yard line? Are you freaking kidding me? That's a damn extra point at that point. Look, They shifted two guys to the right. They created two more gaps on the right side of the field, and I coach football. Look, I'd have called a damn timeout and be like, hey, guys, we're not going to put two players to cover 7 damn gaps. We're going to shift right when they do. And you know what our defensive coordinator did? He said, well, daggone, Coach Houston, I think we're a bunch of freaking dumbasses.
Joe, I got a question for you. We got a tough schedule coming up, Joe. How are we going to go to Marshall win a football game when we can't win a game here at home?
Wait till Marshall gets a hold of us and whoops our damn ass.
And then what do we do against Charleston Southern? What are we
giving up so many gaps on defense?
What are we going to do when we play Charleston Southern?
Charleston Southern might whoop our ass, too.
Joe.
Charleston Southern's going to kick our ass right in Downey Ficklin Stadium.
Joe, you made me smile, man.
We're going to put their 5-star recruit about 4 times in a row. He's the only good player on their entire damn defense. We're going to run out every play.
We got to go, Joe.
Yeah.
But that was a great call, man. You gave us new life. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right. Holy crap. Joe.
And then he threw
Is there a doctor near Joe? He might need one.
And then he threw a Stephen Igloo in there.
Stephen Igloo. Don't know what the hell.
He don't know a damn thing.
Oh, man. That got me fired up. That gave me a second wind. Joe.
I can tell he's a football coach. I would hate to be on the wrong side of a, misplay for him, because I bet he would
let's be honest, his team was probably 0-8, but damn if he didn't give good speeches.
Hey, and they were all 8 years old, too.
He got the boys.
We're going to lock the gates and throw away the key.
How are we going to lose to the Winterville Cowboys? We can't even beat the Winterville Chiefs. Joe in Greenville with a classic call. And
I forgot Joe was the one that gave us Stephen Igloo.
His voice.
Stephen Igloo.
Hit the beginning again. I want to hear how deep his voice
Stephen
was
Igloo.
when he first. Well, I could hear it right there, I guess. Hit it just the beginning, Shirley. I want to hear his voice.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
All right. That's pretty normal.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
He got to an octave. He got so high at one point. Like, couldn't you just imagine like how red his face was? Like, beet red.
They created about 2 more gaps on the right
Here
side
you
of our offensive line, and we sat there with our thumb up our ass. What in the hell is our defensive coordinator thinking? Well, oh, they created 2 more gaps? I think we're okay. We only got 2 guys over here to cover about 7 damn gaps.
When he did that one and another one, he sounded like Chris Farley, Van Down by the River. How are we going to go to Marshall win a football game when we can't win a game? I tried to match his intensity. I about got there. Oh, man, that was fun. Thank you for bringing that up, Mark. That was from last year's South Carolina loss. Chad says, I've totally forgot about your nut riding, you bunch of nut riders. Thank you, Chad. Craig says, Halloween dad joke. How did they know Dracula had COVID? How did they know Dracula had COVID? Are we smart enough to figure this out? I don't have the answer yet. I'm waiting on Craig. How did we know? 19.
He couldn't smell or something.
You might be onto something there.
Couldn't taste anything?
Couldn't smell.
He couldn't see himself in a mirror.
Couldn't see him.
He
lost his taste.
He didn't have a.
He lost his taste.
He had
for
a
blood.
103-degree fever.
I just maybe thought of a ghost. Why did the ghost get COVID? He didn't have his booster shot.
Oh my God!
And that's how dad jokes are born. All right, Craig says, "Oh God, how did they know Dracula had COVID? Because of his coffin." Oh boy!
Yowza!
Thank you, Craig.
That was good. That's
a good dad joke. Joshua says, a win tonight will solidify the Mike Houston era, a signature road win. Signature road win. I would say Memphis was a signature road win. Marshall was close to it.
You want to go 2-7 Navy last year?
Nah. Sarah says, listening in the lobby at the team hotel in Provo. Pirates loading up. All right. Sarah, good stuff. Make sure the players are tuned in, too. Ask them what they thought a little scary. Ed the Cat TV says, what is going on with Britney Spears?
Britney who?
Spears. Shout out to Mike Patrick. Brandon says the interesting game to me tomorrow is in the AAC, Cincinnati versus UCF. I think UCF could win. I think the Knights win that game. I think a bounce back opportunity tomorrow at 3:30 on ESPN for UCF. I agree.
I hope they do, because I picked them in my upset picks.
I do too, because I know that one dude got mad at Igo and I last Saturday for saying if ECU beats UCF, they're still technically in the hunt for a AAC championship appearance. And think about it. If UCF beats Cincinnati and then one or both of those teams lose again, that would be 2 losses for those teams. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it shakes out. But they're still mathematically alive. And if UCF beats Cincinnati, that would help out quite a bit. That would mean every team in the league has a loss except for Tulane, right? Tulane's still undefeated, but they've got some tough games coming up. So Sarah says, speaking of Britney Spears, her sister sat with us in the ECU section at Tulane. You know, I heard
Jamie
something
Lynn?
about that. What's that? Jamie Lynn? I
Zoe
read
101? That was a show I used to watch with Jamie Lynn Spears. And then she got pregnant. They quit the show. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
How old was she?
Wait, was Jamie Lynn Spears actually here?
No, because the game was at Tulane, doofus.
Oh, I meant at Tulane.
Like that, Shirley?
I hate you, Shirley. Stop laughing. I hate you, Shirley. I hate you. And don't you eat another donut, because I know you already have one.
By the
and
way,
you said there were sprinklers on it and not sprinklers.
I was trying to tell Chandler that it had
It's got
sprinkles on
sprinkles.
it because sprinkles were for winners, but it came out sprinklers, and I looked at him and I said,
got sprinklers on it.
Damn it, Chandler, your English is now rubbing off on me.
I said, damn, how they install those on there?
To break out the ponchos, because we're having donuts. Not only did Steve bring donuts, he brought us the dang Halloween special spectacular edition, and they are great. Thank you, Steve. Check them out at Krispy Kreme. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I read on social media that Jamie Lynn Spears was at that game for some reason. So I guess it's true. Sarah says that she was there. Monica says, why don't monsters eat ghosts?
Oh, here we go, Monica.
Why don't monsters eat ghosts? Boo. Calories.
Calories.
They're scared. They...
Boo.
Boo. They have no... what is it, Monica? Tell us before we figure it out. Why don't monsters eat ghosts? They have no...
Because they'll go right through you.
Oh,
Because they'll go right through you.
Chandler. The Monica says...
Come on.
Oh, God.
Is it not it?
Can I say this?
They'll go right through you.
No, but that's true. That's a good one. I like that. That might be better than this one. Monica says because they taste like sheet. Like a sheet.
Yes.
I think yours might be better, Chandler. Because they go right through you. They run right through you. Yeah.
Yeah, they go right through you.
All right, but thank you for that. I guess that would be a mom joke coming from Monica. If you have a good Halloween mom or dad joke, please pass them along to us here on the show.
I'm assuming this is the Monica. We will hear Monica coming up on the fifth quarter call-in show.
Rich says because it gives them the sheets.
Sheets.
So, okay. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Monica. LZD says Mr. Beast was at the Navy game, FYI. Saw him leaving the bathroom. Cool story, bro.
Was that the what?
The Navy game.
Oh, I did see pictures of him up in the Tailgate Towers.
And that just reminds us, folks, that whether you're a billionaire, whether you're struggling financially, no matter your race, we all go to the bathroom. We all take sheets, if you will.
Yeah. Every single one of us
That's right.
have bowel movements.
What a show. What a show we are doing. I think that right there might have just hit us rock bottom. I don't know if we've ever been lower.
Am I stating facts or fiction?
We are stating facts. We don't do this.
Am I stating facts or fiction?
Fake news stuff,
Nope.
or we don't steer you wrong.
We keep it hunted.
We give you facts. And Chandler Honeycutt, a.k.a. Honey Boy, a.k.a. Big Cheese, a.k.a. Chan Man, a.k.a. Mano Chan, saying we all take bowel movements could be the lowest point in the history.
We all have bowel movements.
We all have bowel movements. Could be the lowest point in the history of Pirate Radio as a company.
I doubt it.
There's been lower?
There's been cuss words said on this show.
That there has. All right,
Surely.
let's...
I hate you.
Let's take a break. We'll see if Patrick Mason is ready to go live from Provo.
This show has been fun.
Dude, I know. There might be people, there's definitely people that don't like this.
Well,
but there are people
too damn bad
that are enjoying it and entertained. And just an example of why you can't please everybody. That guy last week was mad at me and Igo for kind of finding a path for ECU still being alive in the conference race. He said we're out of it, fake news. He said, I'm going to stop listening because we were being too positive about the Pirates. And then you got the troll on YouTube this week who says, I ain't listening to this crap because Clip picked against ECU last week. Too negative. So you can't please everybody. There's no reason to try to please everyone. But for those of you who are enjoying the show, I'm glad. I appreciate it. Bringing you information, entertainment, infotainment. We'll take a break, come back. More to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate on a Friday after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
Temperatures are in the low 30s at 10 a.m., increasing sharply to 75 degrees by 1 p.m., and then dropping into the teens by 10 p.m. So before you go to work, put on some gloves, pack some shorts, and a parka. That should cover you for the day.
Your heating and cooling take a beating. Guarantee your system is ready when you need it. Call Delcor. Buy a new train system and make no payments until 2023. It's hard to stop a train. With inflation and high gas prices, you don't need another payment. So buy this month and make no payments until 2023. Delcor, the service professionals.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Here today with Jeff Stein from Brown & Wood. Hey Jeff, how's inventory going?
Inventory levels are increasing. For the first time in over 45 days, we have Mazdas in stock, Buick in stock, Cadillac in stock, and GMC in stock. I highly encourage the customer to go to GMC.com, build and price their vehicle, share that with Brown & Wood, and let us place your order. We need some price protection for these customers, and you got to place an order to have that.
Brown & Wood, your #1 dealership in Greenville, and the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Do you have an old injury or some pain that's been holding you back all year? It's time for you to get better. With Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we can help you get your life back. Whether you need to get back to a sport, back in the gym, or just back to enjoying life, our team of specialists use a one-on-one, hands-on approach in our state-of-the-art facility to get you back moving again. Don't settle for where you are. Don't stay in pain. Visit kptonline.com today to see how Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness can help you live well, move more, and hurt less.
This is Jeremy Lewis, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, we got a ton of NBA games coming up this evening that we'll keep an eye on. Coming up at 7 o'clock, it'll be the Pistons hosting the Hawks. The Hornets will take on the Magic in Orlando at 7 o'clock. Then at 7:30, it'll be the Celtics and the Cavaliers. Pacers will be on the road to take on the Wizards at 7:30, as well as the Raptors hosting the 76ers. And then coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, it'll be the Lakers at the Timberwolves. The Lakers have yet to win a game this season, and the Bucks will host the Knicks at 8 o'clock. And then at 8:30, it'll be the Bulls and the Spurs. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And you can follow The Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in. Sorry to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Too early for that, Shirley.
No, that one snuck up on me. I was trying to stave it off. I felt it coming.
That was the sneaker. April Briggs, wife of Stan, mother of Geen.
I know her as well.
Says y'all can borrow Stan anytime you want. He's available for rent.
All right.
Me first. I want to jam with Stan. Do a little on the git fiddle. Play a little guitar.
On the git fiddle.
A little strum. Some folks are enjoying this, some aren't. But for the people that are, like Chris, he says the bar has been raised, I think. Keep it up, y'all. Great stuff. Chris says he's laughing out loud at the gym. Keep going. It was Kenny who says, I'm laughing so hard I may have sheet in my pants.
Gosh.
Chad almost choked on his Uncrustable sitting in Greenville traffic because of Chandler Honeycutt's bowel movement.
And I have plenty more of those to come.
And that would be the type of show we've had so far, and that is what Patrick Mason is walking into. Our first live guest from Provo, Utah, first of 4 that we have scheduled on today's program. Patrick, how you doing, sir?
Clip, my guy, what's up, man? Glad to be first.
Welcome on, my guy. Patrick, how's the weather in Provo, Utah?
It is sunny, clear, and beautiful. It's about 50 degrees. It's honestly just freaking beautiful.
Awesome. All right. It's going to cool off a little bit, but looks like a clear night, so you don't have to worry about any precipitation or anything like that. So your first trip out there, are you on the way have you been to the stadium yet? Where are you, Patrick?
No, so me and Steve Igo actually had a little guide date. We went to Park City this afternoon and just kind of roamed the town a little bit. And now we're headed to the stadium. We drove separately, but yeah, so I'm just actually driving through some mountains right now and, kind of carving through the hillside here. And, there's snow-capped mountains everywhere. It's something. But yeah, I haven't got to the stadium quite yet. I'm maybe about 20 or so minutes out, but getting there.
All right, Patrick, we don't know about the players and how they will face it, but as a sports writer, how are you handling the altitude?
It's really funny because it's pretty hilly in Park City, and we did a lot of walking. And during the uphill parts, I was gassed. Like, I don't know if it's just me being out of shape, which is entirely possible. But also, I don't know, maybe the elevation played a little bit into it because, I was like, when we were walking and talking, I was just like trying to catch my breath, and I mean, it was difficult. So, I mean, playing a football game is obviously a lot more difficult than walking. So, I think it'll be a little bit more of a factor than the team is leading on. Obviously, you know, they probably don't want to get it in their heads, but I think it'll be a little bit of a factor, and, you know, it'll be something to watch.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on. And it's like talking to Tony Kyle. I've talked to 3 former players this week who have played in altitude. Tony said didn't affect him, but it affected some of his teammates. Willie Smith said he felt it during pregame and first quarter and then kind of caught his breath. Wasn't much of an issue after that. Bryce said didn't feel it at all, but it was very dry, and he said he had cotton mouth. He would take a sip of water, and by the time he got to the huddle, he needed more water. He said he could never quench his thirst. So it's not a huge deal, but it is. It's something different, and anytime you face something different, could be a challenge. Another difference in tonight's game, Patrick, the first time against a true tough road environment as far as fans go. And I know Mike Houston was asked about it earlier this week. We played his comment, says that they're going to have, signals and things like that, communication. But that's something to just, I guess, keep an eye on, false starts, things like that with a tough road crowd.
Yeah, definitely, because the first couple games on the road was really no fans. Obviously, with the game moved against South Florida, there was really no one there. And even Tulane's, fans' attendance was pretty disappointing for those guys over there. So, yeah, this will be the first time they're really going to play in some crowd and noise. And yeah, I mean, I think the team is ready for it. Like you said, you're going to use some hand signals. And, I mean, if you watch Holton Ahlers in the offense, they do the clap, like kind of the silent count anyway, which I think, that they do that, I think it'll help them. But, yeah, this is, definitely a true road test. And it's weird that it comes in, week 8? So it's kind of odd that you really haven't had to deal with this all year until now.
Two teams definitely going in opposite directions right now, Patrick. East Carolina winners of 2 straight, BYU losers of 3 in a row. So the early game, first quarter, always important. Cliche, we talk about it every week, but I don't know, especially in a game like this, right, where you've got a team that is certainly lacking confidence right now. You don't want to give them any extra confidence with a turnover, a 3 and out, a botched punt, something like that, a muff return. Like you want to make them earn it, right? Because they are lacking some confidence at this moment.
Absolutely. I think if you start fast, I mean, that is huge in this game. Because, if you're coming off three losses, I mean, they want to start fast too. So if you can put some points on them early and get some good stops, I think that'll go a long way in kind of crushing them a little bit. And even Donnie Kirkpatrick talked about it this week. He was saying that, when we didn't get points on that first drive, we went right back and scored. And he said, all the guys have confidence. And, I think they're really feeling themselves right now that they can kind of almost do no wrong. And I think if you kind of start off that way again, I mean, that'll only continue. And that's, like you said, that's huge, especially against a team coming off 3 losses who are trying to, stop their season from going in the toilet here. So it'll definitely be, that first quarter will be huge.
Patrick Mason joining us, Daily Reflector. Patrick, any position matchup you're watching, you're keeping an eye on tonight? What should we watch out for? ECU O-line versus their D-line, vice versa, secondary wide receiver. What is there a particular matchup you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, I really think East Carolina's defensive line against BYU's offensive line. I mean, I think we talked about it. Everyone says BYU's big. I mean, they are really big. They're, got a couple guys 6'8" on that line. Pretty good bookend tackles there. So I think I'll be really curious to watch that, especially because the way ECU's defensive line has played in recent weeks. I mean, they're getting to the quarterback. They're rotating out well. Especially in pass rush situations, guys are showing up. So I think if they can somehow figure out ways to win battles along that defensive line, it'll be huge because this is maybe one of the truest passer the Pirates will face this year or have faced. And we all know, I mean, pass defense is probably the weakest part on that defense. So I think if you can, at least harass that quarterback a little bit and just kind of get to him, get him off his mark a little bit, I mean, that'll be huge. But it's going to be tough. But, like I said, the defensive line for the Pirates has definitely shown up the past couple of weeks. So that's something I'll definitely be watching.
All right, Patrick Mason joining us. Bubba says on Facebook that they have struggled to stop the run and to get pressure against Keaton Mitchell, Marlon Gunn, Passing game is clicking on all cylinders. Pirates just need to take care of business. So keep an eye on the run game. Maybe a big game for the young gun, and maybe yet another big game from Keaton Mitchell. Craig on Facebook says, viewer contest, how many extra names can we add to Patrick Mason? He throws out Patrick Mason Jar, Danica Patrick Mason. I threw out for the Halloween season, Patrick or Treat Mason. So that is my entry into the contest. Patrick, we're having fun with your name.
Hey, that's good. I like it. Patrick or Treat, something like that.
Patrick, thanks for joining us, buddy.
No problem.
There he is. You can check out his work. Pages of the Daily Reflector online, reflector.com. Patrick has a sense of humor, but I don't think he's into the lowbrow stuff like we are. He might have a more mature sense of humor.
He is much more mature.
He's very mature.
Monica says Kirkpatrick Masonry.
That's what I'm
That's
here
what
for.
we're looking for there, Monica.
Before that Patrick Mason interview, Troy said this pregame has turned into a real sheet show.
Oh, good one, Troy.
Sheet show.
Yeah.
And I would tend to agree with that. We are going to try IGO next segment. Shirley, I saved something that I heard last night. I was watching the Brandon Walker College Football Show on Barstool. Brandon, very knowledgeable about football. He takes callers every week. And there's a guy that calls in every week that has been absolutely money on his picks. And this one caught my ear when I heard it last night. So I want to play it. And I'll let him say the guy's name. But, Shirley, go and hit that.
I'm going to pay respect to the GOAT. And this guy is the GOAT of gambling picks calling in the show. Well, him and Mark and Philly are twin GOATs. But this guy's been on a heater this year, and I'm going to give it to him right now. He is Dacucci in Toronto. Go ahead, Cooch.
Hey, Brandon, thanks for having me on as always. First and foremost, I need to apologize. My last call went poorly. I came in with two picks I liked, and there's an old adage in football. If you got two things you like, you don't got one you love. So that's why they lost. We're moving on to Friday night under the lights. I got East Carolina to get it done as moneyline dogs against BYU. Jaron Hall for BYU, he's their starting quarterback. He's god-awful. He's not getting the job done this year. They need to get a change, but their backup, he's probably just as bad. And honestly, that's not the worst part about BYU this year. Their secondary and their defense in general is just atrocious. Their defensive line is allowing other teams to run for 5.12 yards a carry this year, and that's music to the East Carolina ears. East Carolina plus 145 moneyline dogs under the lights Friday night. That's what I got for you.
Count it. Dacucci and Toronto. Let's go with it. I am betting East Carolina moneyline dogs against BYU tomorrow night. I was big on BYU this year, but their defense is god-awful. I mean, it is terrible. Just really bad.
All right, that is from the Brandon Walker College Football Show. Dacucci, who has been making great picks all year long, loves the Pirates plus the points tonight, loves the Pirates outright.
There is another Barstool personality that has flipped his pick. Big Cat was going Pirates plus 3. He has now flipped it to BYU plus 3. He's still going with the over. Minus 3, excuse me. So he's going BYU minus 3. Earlier this week, he had the Pirates plus 3, so he flipped that to the Cougars, but he is sticking with the over at 62, I believe.
Let me get an update. Last time I looked, the line had moved to 3.5, which is not good for Pirate fans, and now it is back down to 3. That is a positive sign. So, it's going back and forth right now. It could be even money on both sides. But we'll see what Jeff Nadeau has to say when he joins us coming up at 6 o'clock. Let's take a break. We will come back. Steve and I go. We got a lot of mentions here for Danica Patrick Mason, says Craig. Patrick Mason Dixon line. Steven says Patrick Freemason. Patrick Mahomes Mason. Patrick Duffy Mason. Now you're just naming Patrick Ewing Mason. All right. I think we're good on that game. Let's take a break. Stephen Igo, live from Utah, joins us. Thanks to Parker's Barbecue for the awesome pre-game spread. 3 locations in Greenville to serve you. And you can check them out. Chicken, seafood, barbecue, famous sides. Make Parker's your next meal. And they ship nationwide at parkersbbq.com. Thanks to Parker's Barbecue for your tremendous support. How about after the IGO interview, at the end of next segment, we will give away a case of Elysian Night Owl Pumpkin Ale. You can enjoy that. In fact, our buddy Johnny Carwash, a.k.a. Silverado, a.k.a. John Carden, just came by and picked up his Pumpkin Ale prize from last Friday.
Man, Silverado is looking great. Lost a lot of weight, looking good. Thanks to F3.
Best hair this side of the Mississippi.
I have to agree with you on that.
Guy has a head of hair to die for. So Carden is enjoying some of this pumpkin ale this weekend, and you can too. At the end of the next segment, we'll give that away. I want to do something fun, but you got to be a local to win it. So we'll probably do a phone call. I want to do some kind of Facebook, Twitter trivia deal, but we'll probably just do a phone call. Speaking of phone calls, we'll call Stephen Igo next.
It's bow time. Why are Bojangles Chicken Supremes called Supremes? Well, with golden crispy chicken tenderloins this juicy, tender, and full of bold flavor, what else would you call them? Superbs? Nah, that would be weird. Get your Chicken Supremes combo today with a scratch-made biscuit, your choice of fixin', legendary iced tea, and have you heard there's a new sauce in town? Try our new creamy buffalo sauce when you get a Chicken Supremes combo today. It's bow time.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
The Dickinson Avenue Public House is a lively and diverse restaurant in Greenville that utilizes fresh and local ingredients. With influences of Creole, Asian, and upscale Southern cuisine, the Dickinson Avenue Public House offers a seasonally rotating menu and a full-service bar with rotating craft brews on tap. Come to the intersection of 8th and Dickinson and enjoy $1 drafts on Tuesday, half-price flights on Wednesday, half-price wine bottles on Thursday, and $1 oysters Tuesday through Friday from 5:30 to 7. For more details, check out their website at daphouse.nc.com.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Bonner Latham, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
Greenville Utilities electric customers will soon be able to receive text notifications in the event of power outages. Enrollment is automatic, so make sure GUC has your cell phone number by signing into your account at GUC.com, then update the information in your user profile. Want to talk with someone instead? Call 252-752-7166 during business hours. 252-752-7166. Update us so we can update you. Visit GUC.com for more information.
Welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Beauty Bar Medi Spa wants to know if you are ready to fall into beauty October 7th through the 14th. All services and products will be on sale. Botox, filler, painless laser hair removal, facials, RF microneedling, rejuvenating laser treatments to treat brown spots, wrinkles, texture, veins, and skin tightening. And now, the only facility in the area to offer non-surgical under-eye fat pad treatments. BeautyBarMedispa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Go Pirates!
Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or is that a jack-o'-lantern made out of pizza? That's something I want to carve up. Sink your claws into the jack-o'-lantern pizza from Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Hey, Pirate fans, Papa John's is the MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football. And you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? Well, you can listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Back with you, hour number 2. Man, we're about halfway home almost on the Friday edition of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Joseph, his caps locks button isn't working. He says, Pirates win on a missed field goal by BYU as time expires. Book it. Conan also has a caps locks button broken. Pirates win by scoring more points. John does not have a proper caps lock button. Go Pirates! Beat BYU! Dakota DeFlota has his caps lock button is working. He says BYU trash. BYU trash.
Can we read Joseph's again?
Dakota DeFlota. I like that name. You got a good floater, or is it potty humor? Joseph said, caps lock button doesn't work. Pirates win on a missed field goal by BYU as time expires. Book it. We're up to 80 likes. This feels like a 100-like show. Can we get 100 likes by the halfway point, by the halftime break? I think we can. We got more viewers than we do likes, so
that's definitely a record time.
If you haven't liked it yet, let's get a few likes going on YouTube. Let's get the same going on Facebook. Let's get them up here on a feel-good, free beer, football Friday edition of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We go out to the Pit Electric live line and talk to Stephen Igo, live from Provo. Igo, how's it going out there?
It's going well, guys. I just pulled into the parking lot at LaVelle Edwards Stadium. Took the scenic route through some of the back mountains, which BYU guys told me to do, and it was awesome. And yeah, man, this place is pretty incredible, at least viewing wise, just seeing some of the mountains in the background. So it's definitely an experience.
That's awesome. And I heard you had a mandate with Patrick Mason. Did that go well for you?
Yeah, we got together last night and went to a place called the Beer Bar.
Do they have beer?
Yeah, lots of beer. So,
good.
Salt Lake City, not as dry as maybe Provo is. So we stayed in Salt Lake and did some of that last night. I was so tired, though. I mean, we both spent 12 hours a day traveling. We went to sleep at a fairly decent time. But, yeah, today we went to Park City and kind of, again, went back through some of the mountains and just checking out as much as we can before the game because obviously we'll be busy now that we're at the stadium. But it's an awesome experience.
How far is the cool stuff in Salt Lake from Provo and the stadium I go? What's the?
You can take a direct route, like the main highway, about 45 minutes. And then if you want to go to Park City, where they had some of the Olympic stuff, and like a lot of people do skiing and snowboarding in the mountains, that's like 40 minutes to the east of Salt Lake, and then it's like another hour south to get to Provo. So there's multiple routes you can take, but it's kind of all in drivable distance. And then at the bottom of the state, you have more of the true national parks, but you have more livable spaces up where we're staying.
Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us live from Provo, Utah, from Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Igo, how about the Orthopedics East Injury Report, brought to you by Orthopedics East, for offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online, orthoeast.com. Let's see, Jalen Johnson's been banged up. Igo, what is his availability that you know of for tonight?
I think if he plays, which I find a hard time seeing him playing on a short week, re-injuring his back last week, and almost like you want to get him 2 weeks off. I don't know if he made the trip or not. I know that Shane Calhoun made the trip, so we'll see if he plays after being out last week. I don't know Jalen Johnson's status at this time. I was not able to go to practice this week due to the short week and just having so much to do. By the way, I'm sitting in not to completely go off on a different subject here, but I'm sitting in the parking lot, and of course nobody's tailgating as a BYU fan, but I do see an ECU family, and I think it may be Jack Powers' family, and they're wearing the 24 jersey, they're drinking some beer, so at least somebody's out here tailgating.
Nice. All right, more powers to them. How about Emmanuel Hickman, Igo? I know you brought his name up the other day, and any other guys. Like, who do you not expect to play, or who's kind of iffy tonight, questionable?
Manny Hickman, I don't think you'll see him again. Like a lot of the guys who are banged up or have missed time, you almost just rather just keep them out, give them the bye week, an extra week to recover. But I would be surprised if we saw him. I think you'll see a lot of Chad Stevens and Rick DeBrew at defensive end with him out. Noah Henderson's been kind of iffy the last week or so. He played about half the snaps against UCF, and Parker Moore filled in a lot of that game. So I think there's a good chance you'll see a lot of Parker Moore if Noah Henderson is either still feeling it or can't go. They got so many bumps and bruises right now. It's almost like they need to find a way to get through this game and not have any more serious injuries and just get some time to heal up, because it's been quite a physical start to the season, and I say a start to the season because they haven't had a bye, but it's just been, obviously we're almost 75% through now, but it's taken its toll.
Igo, as you break down the sides of the ball, the edge for this game, what, if anything, concerns you about BYU? What do they do well? What were they doing well early in the season when they were, 15th in the country?
Offensively, they have weapons. They can score. They can throw it. They've got a ton of guys who are going to play on Sundays at skill positions now. Their top running back is out. And the running stats aren't great, but if you look further into them, they're averaging 4.8 yards per carry, which is a really good number. They just haven't been able to run it much because they keep getting down, or teams keep getting ahead, or it turns into kind of a high-paced scoring affair, and they have to throw it. So they can throw it, and they can throw it with success. They got a lot of weapons. Jaron Hall is a good quarterback. They have one of the best pass protection offensive lines in the country. So it's going to be tough for ECU to get home with just a 3 or 4 man rush today. It'll be interesting to see if they choose coverage or bring some pressure. Liberty brought some pressure and was able to get home a lot, but you also expose yourself if you do that and you can't get home. Defensively, they're pretty good on the edge on the defensive front, but up the middle and at linebacker they have struggled. They have been inconsistent. They've given up a lot of running yards. They've given up a lot of passing yards. They have not been able to stop people, which is why they've made the defensive coordinator, at least play calling change, the head coach taking over. Special teams, very similar to ECU. They've had kicking issues. They've switched kickers. They've missed 2 extra points. They've missed 5 field goals. So if this game comes down to a kick either way, I don't think either team will be happy. That's something worth watching for sure.
Maybe that's why Joseph said Pirates win on a missed field goal by BYU as time expires. Maybe he's onto something there. Kevin says, what happened to Tegan Wilk? Haven't seen him in a while.
He's a guy that's been banged up as well. This is a good observation by Kevin. He's had kind of a knee deal that he's dealt with probably for a month now, and he's trying to play through it, but he's really been limited. He hasn't played many snaps at all the last 3 or 4 weeks, and when he has played, he just has not looked like Tegan Wilk. And so Jaira Wilson, who plays the same position as him, has been getting a lot of those reps, and Jaira's played really well. Fortunately, Jaira has been healthy, and he was slowed down early in the year and is now kind of back closer to 100%. So Tegan's a guy who could really benefit from the off day because he's kind of had a deal where it's lingering. I've been out of practice. He's wearing a giant knee brace. I don't think he's comfortable at all right now in terms of health. So it's just one of those things he's having to battle through.
Stephen Igo, good report. HoistTheColors.net. Igo, when are you returning back here to Eastern North Carolina?
I'm flying out of Utah tomorrow around 11. Got a layover in Chicago, so I will be back late on Saturday night. I think I land in RDU and have to drive. I think I'll be back around 10, 11 Eastern. So it's going to be another long day of travel. Hopefully the Pirates can pull it out and, give me something to write about on the way home.
Yes, sir. All right, Stephen, thanks for joining us, man. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the trip.
All right, guys. See you.
All right, there he is, Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors here, Hour 2, wrapping it up, Hour 2, on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Thanks to Parker's Barbecue for the pregame meal once again. And as I said earlier, love the curveball with the shrimp burger. Actually goes quite well with the chicken sandwich, as had both of those. Chandler giving me 2 thumbs up right now. I would like to give a shout out, of course, to Billy Parker, the great job that they do over there. And a shout out to Lincoln and Gavin Parker, tuned in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate.
Shout out to the Parkers.
Shout out to the Parkers.
And if you haven't tried the wings, the little boneless wings.
Hidden gem.
What are you doing with your life? What is Brittany doing with her life?
Brittany who?
Spears. She's not trying the boneless wings at Parker's Barbecue.
An absolute hidden gem.
Holy cow.
My guy on YouTube, Dakota DeFlota. Said, can't beat Parker's Barbecue, man. You're right. If there's one thing Dakota DeFlota is, he's right 100% of the time.
Can't beat Parker's, man.
Dakota DeFlota knows good food, and that good food is Parker's Barbecue.
Dakota DeFlota.
And no matter where you are, you can enjoy it because they ship nationwide. ParkersBBQ.com. I guess, I don't know how the YouTube comment thing works, but I guess I keep talking about Joseph, and he said Joseph is Perry. And then I brought his name up again, and he said, Perry.
Oh, it's Perry Alexander.
Well, put that as your name, Joseph Perry Alexander.
What are you doing, Perry / Joseph?
I can only call you what it tells me to call you. It says Joseph Alexander. Perry.
Joseph. Are we supposed to? Do I need to go to the bathroom and say Perry? I mean, it is Halloween.
Wait, is that like Bloody Mary?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Don't do that. Don't say that. Because you're kind of looking into a mirror right now. What would happen if Bloody Mary appeared? What
if Bloody Perry?
What if Bloody Perry appears? What happens when, let's say the myth is true. What is supposed to happen at that point? Do you get murdered?
No, I think he just shows up with a case of beer.
Well, guess what?
Bloody Perry.
You might as well call us Bloody Perry because we're about to give away a case of beer right now.
Right now. What a segue there.
Great radioing by my man, Big Cheese, Chandler Honeycutt.
Big Cheese.
We're giving away a case of Elysian Night Owl Pumpkin Ale. Shirley, how do you want to do this? You want to do a caller?
I hate you, Shirley.
Chandler, stop it.
Sorry.
You got to get over whatever
let's
beef
do
y'all
a caller.
have. All right.
Let's do a caller. Let's do 8.
Caller 8.
Who does caller 8?
Oh, my goodness. Why?
Shirley does.
I hate you, Shirley.
Why was 5 afraid of 6?
Because 7, 8, 9.
That's right. Caller 8, 317-1250 is a big winner of the Pumpkin Ale, the Night Owl Pumpkin Ale. Get ready for Halloween with a case of Elysian Night Owl Pumpkin Ale, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Caller 8 is a winner, must be a local or be able to come pick this up at our studio. We'll be back with more on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
This is Holt Nailers. I've been eating at Parker's Barbecue since I was a kid. Now, all these years later, I still love to eat at Parker's. In fact, I love it so much, I bring my entire offensive line with me. They protect me, and I look out for them with great food from Parker's Barbecue. So whether you bring the team like me or just your friends and family, the awesome barbecue, chicken, and seafood at Parker's is a win every time. Parker's Barbecue, where they always treat you like family.
before you hit the road this travel season, be sure to get your tires inspected by the tire guys at Greenville Auto World. The Greenville Auto World service team sells all the top brands and economy tires if you need a new set. Need an oil change, state inspection, or AC repair? Greenville Auto World can work on any type of vehicle, and the monthly oil change special is only $29.99. Make an appointment now by calling 364-8730. For award-winning service, trust Greenville Auto World.
With over 30 locations across North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, Quality Equipment is your local John Deere dealer, where you'll find everything you need for your next project. Our complete lineup of John Deere lawn and garden, agricultural, and commercial worksite equipment comes with years of experience, expertise, and dedication. We know what it takes to get it done right. Stop by today or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
When it comes to hauling dirt, asphalt, or stone, you can trust the pros at First and Goal Hauling Incorporated. They have a fleet of dump trucks ready to get the job done. And best of all, it's owned and operated by ECU football alum Dakota Marshall. When you have a big job and you need it done right, count on First and Goal Hauling, where it's a touchdown every time. Keep up with Dakota Marshall and First and Goal Hauling by following them on Facebook today.
Have you experienced increased aches and pains recently? Have you heard of CBD? Hemp Garden is your premier CBD retailer in Eastern North Carolina. Do you find yourself having anxiety or in need of extra sleep support? Hemp Garden has a variety of Delta 8 and hemp-derived Delta 9 products that can assist with those issues. If you're unable to stop by the store, don't worry. Give them a call today at 413-6100 for a consultation, and they'll ship right to your door. Hemp Garden, 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
Portable, super quiet, and fuel efficient Honda EU Series generators are ideal for camping, tailgating, home backup power, and more. All feature Honda's CO Minder carbon monoxide detection system for added peace of mind. Select models include Bluetooth connectivity for wireless control with Honda's My Generator smartphone app. Go with a Honda EU Series generator. It's power you can trust. See Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
This is Dr. Christopher McDowell from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's time for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For experience and professional care, call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is where the fiesta never ends. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Wednesday for shrimp tacos for $11.99. Plus Wednesdays means all Mexican imports for just $2.99. Thursdays, enjoy your favorite beef, chicken, or vegetable fajitas for only $11.99. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take a look at some of the games going on tomorrow afternoon that are going to be of interest. Of course, the one AAC matchup tomorrow afternoon will be number 20 Cincinnati traveling to the Erecta set, as Justin from New Bern liked to call it, at UCF in Orlando. That game is kicking off at 3:30. Number 1 Georgia will host Florida at 3:30 as well. Number 17 Illinois will be on the road and heading up to Nebraska for a 3:30 kickoff. Kansas State will host Oklahoma State at 3:30 in Manhattan. It'll be number 8 Oregon and Cal at 3:30. SMU will face off against Tulsa at 3:30. Temple takes on Navy. Both teams are 2-5. In Annapolis That's also a 3:30 kickoff, and Wake Forest will travel to Louisville for a 3:30 contest as well. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music within the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. Right now during football season, join The Buck for Sunday Fun Day with football, food trucks, live music, giveaways, and the largest 4K TV in eastern North Carolina. And follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck. Thank you, Shirley Rhodes, for that.
Da Buck.
Got some World Series. Man, I'm not really into it, but I'll turn it on if it starts before the ECU game, and they're in Houston, so it probably won't. No, 8 o'clock.
By the way, speaking of the Buck, they're having their pumpkin carving contest, so enter to win. You can win big, so carve you a pumpkin, take it to the Buck, enter the contest, and you have until Monday to do so.
Great video with you and Jenny carving the pumpkins and everything, but
I wasn't done with my pumpkin.
Yeah. Well, are you going to finish it?
Nah.
All right. So
ain't nobody got time for that.
Chandler will not be winning the pumpkin carving contest, but you can. Shirley, do we have anybody on the line?
We have somebody.
Yes, we do. We have Nadeau on the line.
The big man on campus from Barstool Sports, Jeff Nadeau, joining us on the Pit Electric Live line. Jeff, how you doing, man?
Doing well, Clip. Very busy. A lot going on in my world today, but I'm good. I'm always available for you.
You were trending earlier on social media. Jeff, part of a catfishing scheme going on that we don't need to get all into, but Jeff, I know you. It was a weird day for you, right?
We don't, Clip, it's funny. The notorious B.I.G. once said, "You're nobody until somebody kills you." In my life, you're nobody until someone tries to use you to catfish somebody. I don't understand this. I don't get it. Somebody's up to some naughty behavior, and they used my picture. That being said, yeah, it's wild for me.
Crazy stuff. If you're into the Barstool world, you know what we're talking about. If not, look it up if you'd like to, because the big man's name was floating around earlier today. Jeff Nadeau joining us on the Pit Electric Live line. Jeff, this East Carolina line earlier, before the show had started, was at BYU -3.5, so it went in BYU's favor. Then a couple hours later, it went back to 3, so kind of flip-flopping back and forth. I guess we'll settle in at 3, but I don't know. What does that tell you, Jeff, with the line moving a half a point and then a half a point back all in a span of an hour or so?
I don't think it tells me much. I've kind of really went back and forth in this game, and I kind of today kind of realized that, I was going to kind of see what went on with some of the public action and that sort of thing. And I'm actually at the point, Clip, where yesterday when I spoke to you, I wasn't really sure about this game. I didn't think I was going to get involved. But, I got to tell you, I thought Stephen Igo had a great kind of write-up on this game on Hoist the Colors. He kind of mentioned, like a 35-31 type of game. I think this is a spot at this point where I might look at taking BYU. I just think at this point, he mentioned kind of the fact that, it's such a long trip. It's the middle of the season. And this is a hungry team that you're playing against. The truth is they still have a very good quarterback in Jaron Hall. They're at home, a place that, is not an easy place to play. This is a game for BYU that I think they have to really look at this point as, hey, if we want to get to a bowl game, we have to have this game. I mean, they end the season against teams like Boise and Stanford. Those aren't easy games on the road at Stanford. So, this is a game I think you have to have. And this offense, I still think can move the ball. I'm kind of at the point now where I'm thinking about taking Brigham Young.
You can look at it whatever way you're going with this game. You can find some stats, some things, some factors that make you feel confident. And if you're in the BYU camp, how about this, Jeff? It is late October. This will be East Carolina's third road game all year, but their first true road environment. They played in an empty stadium at FAU against South Florida because that one got moved from a hurricane. Then they played at Tulane, which is a tough team, but not a tough environment at all. So this, I don't know if it's a factor or not, but it'll also be the first cooler weather game for East Carolina as it drops into the the low 40s, 30s, whatever it's going to be by the fourth quarter tonight. So I don't know, a few things that you got the altitude and that, a few things that make me worry, I guess.
Yeah, and I also kind of realized, Cliff, like, I'm not exactly sure what defense shows up for ECU. Is it the defense that, played well against NC State and held UCF to 13 points, or is it the team that gave up 45 to Memphis and 28 to a horrific South Florida team and, struggled against Tulane? I guess ultimately I think if I'm putting a gun to my head and saying bet the game on some level, I guess I would lean over. I don't really know how Brigham Young stops ECU on the ground. They have a good quarterback, as we know, an older quarterback in Holt Nailers. And, again, I don't really think that ECU will stop Jaron Hall, who, I think is pretty solid in his own right. So, I don't know. It's a crazy game. I think it's an interesting game. It's a fascinating game. Is it a game that I'll ultimately get there and go crazy on? No.
And last time these teams met in Provo, a wild one, 45-38. Both teams had blocked punts. It was a lot of passing yards, 322 for Tanner Mangum, 371 for Blake Kemp. That was all the way back in 15, but could see a similar game tonight in Provo. Monica on Facebook says, darn, I love Nadeau. He's killing me. That is the thing about Jeff. He's not going to pander. He's going to say what he believes, and he's been on the Pirate side pretty much all year, and a lot of our conversations, because East Carolina has been good against the spread, but he calls it like he sees it, and that's what we appreciate from Nadeau. Go ahead, Jeff.
It's important that I say. I think it's important that I say to Monica and to everyone else. Like, it would surprise me at all if ECU win the game, and I think if you play ECU, instead of taking the 3.5, just play the money line. Like, I think they're either going to win or this is like, a 7-point game or something. I don't really see a 3-point game here, but. As you said, I could see it going any way. It's not a strong opinion, quite frankly.
Yeah, and the only reason he's talking about it is because he's on Pirate Radio and bringing it up. This is not one of Jeff's picks of the week or anything. This is him discussing the game, so just wanted to pass that along. Jeff, how about Saturday? What do you got your eye on? We hit on a few yesterday, but a couple of plays you're interested in for football Saturday.
Yeah, I ended up playing this one earlier. I like K-State, Clip, at home. I played at the money line, 120. A lot of people look at this and say, well, we know that K-State's quarterback might not play, but it doesn't really matter much to me. I like Will Howard. I think he is a fine quarterback. I know they kind of struggled a little bit in the second half, but I thought they were fine offensively. They just played a really hot team. The thing about K-State at home here, this is a great secondary K-State has. They're only allowing about 6.5 yards per pass down. That's one of the best in the country. Got a pretty good defensive line. They can get to the quarterback. I don't think this is a great matchup to me if I'm Oklahoma State. I also look at the coaching situation. I love Kleiman. I think he's terrific. And I think their offense is actually quite sneaky with Deuce Vaughn and kind of the guys they have in the skill position. So I like K-State. This is another interesting line, Clip, because Oklahoma State opened it as a favorite. They're now a dog. That's smart money taking K-State.
Jeff Nadeau joining us, liking that purple team coming up in a big one on Saturday. How about World Series, Jeff? And I know that you dropped, 2 or 3 plays during the World Series, and I think you were, I don't know, 2-1 maybe. But I don't know, any interest in this one from a gambling perspective? Game 1 coming up tonight in Houston.
You mentioned I'm still hearing that. How can I be, this and that when I bet against the Phillies?
Right.
I got to be honest. I'm not a huge baseball guy. I kind of, when I was a kid, my grandfather who taught me about sports loved the Yankees, But, as I get older, I want to see the Phillies do well. It's great that they're in the World Series. I don't know about this one, Clip. I think the goal of the Phillies is, obviously you'd love to have both, but, the goal is to split. That would be the most likely goal. I'm not running to fade Justin Verlander, who is terrific, but I also like Nola. I don't know. I give the edge to the bullpen to the Houston Astros. I really give them the edge at every level, quite honestly. So I do think ultimately the Phillies will lose this series. I think they're good. I don't think they're Houston, though. I said way back in June when I was betting baseball, and that's really all I get involved with baseball, I thought they were the best team in the major leagues, and I thought they would win the World Series, and here they are. So I'll root for the Phillies. Do I have a play I would bet? No. Not real interested in this game either. I think if the Houston Astros win tonight, I'd probably come back on the Phillies in a decent a number in Game 2.
Jeff Nadeau joining us. It's about that time. College basketball season cranking up soon. Check out the Round Ball podcast with Barstool Sports and Nadeau doing great things there. The Sit Down Pod. Also, you said your big man on betting is going to go daily starting when, Jeff?
November 7th, the day where college basketball starts. It's not going to be an hour every day. It's just like 30-minute quick shots, games that day, that sort of thing. And, Clip, I'll tell you right now, I have a guest next week on the sit-down that I guarantee you and all of your people in that studio will at least listen to. You might not love the Mafia, but this is a name. It is the biggest name I will ever interview. This has huge potential for me, and it is a huge guest. So
awesome.
Stay tuned. Yeah.
All right. Congrats on the success and looking forward to that. And speaking of big guests, you guys, Jeff Nadeau just had Jay Billis on the Round Ball podcast. So, folks, make sure you check that out. And, Jeff, when you hang up with us, take a look at Twitter. One of our loyal listeners from day one, John Moody, who listened to us to Pirate Radio when he was a kid, now has kids of his own. He's sitting on the couch, and his kid's watching the TV. He took a picture of this. And on his big screen, he's got us pulled up on YouTube, me interviewing Jeff Nadeau. And I said, teaching kids about the art of gambling with Jeff Nadeau, that's great parenting. And Matt responded and said, made me realize I need to step up as a father. Thank you for this. So we're teaching the kids the way of the world, Jeff.
Well, listen, Cliff, I once told a story that when I was 8 years old, I made my first bet. I've been gambling since I was probably a little older than that kid. But, hey, shout out to John Moody. That's very cool. And, listen, I'll tell that kid, you definitely don't want to grow up to be me, kid. Do something else in your life. But thank you for all the support down there, and I love you guys.
All right. Hey, thanks, big man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Cheers, Cliff.
There he is, the BMOC, Barstool Sports, Jeff Nadeau joining us. That's an awesome picture. Thanks, John. But I just love the fact that on the big screen there, it's got Clip and Jeff Nadeau with the classic finger point talking gambling to the young minds out there in the world. We got our Brian Bailey live video from Provo posted on our social media accounts. I got to tell you.
And that kind of thing.
And that kind of thing.
And that kind of deal.
A mountain over there. And that kind
Commodores.
of deal. And the Commodores and the Pirates. It's been said, can't be said enough, the views are breathtaking.
Yeah.
I mean, breathtaking.
It's smack dab in the middle of mountains.
Patrick Mason talked about it earlier, painted the picture with the snow-capped mountains, and it's a beautiful sight. And, boy, Brian, I'm not listening to it. I'm watching. It looks like he's struggling. I think the altitude's getting to him.
And that kind of deal. And I have shortness of breath and that kind of deal. So we'll have more coming up at 6 with Brian Bailey.
All right, make sure you...
Seriously, y'all got to shut up.
All right, and a stat is...
Stats, of course, is a statistic you can look at.
Yep, that's the guy. We're going to have him on later on in the show.
I guarantee the Pirates are going to a BCS Bowl or I'll dress like a woman.
Well, I don't think we ever got that bet paid off. Let's take a break. We'll come back. When we return, we'll go out live to Provo and see if we can track down the voice, Jeff Charles, calling the action at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. We'll get his thoughts on Pirates and Cougs when we return. Hour number 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers in Greenville, plus the all-new Tiebreakers in Winterville. Do real burgers better than anybody. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, real burgers at its best.
Everybody loves burgers. welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
We all love using Uber Eats, DoorDash, and grocery pickup. It makes life so much easier. Well, now there is cellular delivery, and the team at Cellular Warehouse has perfected the process. They will deliver your new phone right to your door with all your information loaded on the new phone. And the best thing is there is no charge for this awesome service. And you don't have to waste half the day sitting in a cellular store. Call Toby Williams today at 252-799-7051 and let his team of experts make your cellular delivery today. Cellular Warehouse, your local U.S. Cellular authorized agent, serving all of Eastern North Carolina.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Fruitopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hungry for game day, Pirate Nation? Take advantage of the Warren's Hot Dogs tailgate special of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. And the best part, this special is available every day. Just call ahead and Warren's will have your order ready to go. Hungry for breakfast? Warren's Hot Dogs in Chocowinity opens at 5 a.m. with cheese biscuits, chicken biscuits, sausage dogs, and more. Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville, across from Ron Ayers, or in Chocowinity next to the fire station. Go Pirates!
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio and our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join the over 60,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, we got Tyler on YouTube. He's out tailgating in Provo. The scenery is very nice. And a question for Tyler on YouTube. How many Pirates do you see out there? We talked to Igo earlier. He said he saw what he believed to be Jack Powers' family out there tailgating in the parking lot. So, Tyler, set the scene for us. We'll get Jeff Charles to set the scene for us in a moment, as will... Wait, is that our last trip? No, Brian Bailey. Brian Bailey joins us at 7 o'clock, our final look out there at Provo, Utah. John, who calls the fifth quarter and says, "Come on, guys," said, "What is up, Shirley and Clip? Best pregame and postgame coverage of East Carolina football. Let's go Pirates."
Come on, guys.
Come on,
Where's
guys.
my shout-out, guys?
No shout-out to Chandler. Interesting.
Come on, guy.
John, not a fan of Chandler.
Seriously, you need that much attention, Chandler?
Not a fan of the Chan. Come on, guys.
Could be part of the bad language you've been using that has offended some listeners.
I'm
So
sorry.
You need to clean that up, buddy. Craig says, "I'm the only one who finds myself singing Warren's Hot Dog Pizza in Clip's voice randomly throughout the day." You might be, Craig. You might be going crazy. We've finally driven you crazy. Shirley, do we have anyone on?
We do not have Jeff yet.
All right. We are efforting Jeff Charles. While we await that, let's hear an interview. Chandler, pick the interview. You know what? I'll pick it. Sorry. Cut your mic off. We don't need you.
I'll see y'all later.
Yep, we don't need you. You can leave if you want. All right. Let's go to Malik Fleming because that's the one we did not hear this week on Pirate Radio Live. We'll hear Jeff and Malik Shirley. All right, here's Jeff Charles with the Pirate Corner, who's been making some plays for East Carolina, both on the back end and in the return game. Let's hear it right now.
Listen now with ECU corner Malik Fleming. And Malik, let's go back to last week. Man, the defense just played lights out. Tell us a little bit about that effort and how much fun it was to be out there and stopping a team like UCF.
Oh, no, it was actually excellent. You know, coming back off Tulane, we didn't like how we played, so we turned it up against Memphis. And we had to keep the momentum going against UCF. But it was amazing to be a part of that defense.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. So many big home run hitter types on that UCF offense that can take the ball 80 yards for a touchdown, and you guys limited them in a big play like that, Malik. What was the key, do you think, from keeping them having a big-time explosion play?
Limiting the explosive plays was part of our game plan. That's what we prepped on, and everybody just had to do their job, one play at a time, every play.
Defense, of course, starts up front, doesn't it? And what have you seen now with this defense and the defensive linemen getting more pressure here the last 3 weeks or so?
Well, they just dogs, you know. That's game plan, of course, but they've been coming along in practice, you know. I'll just be telling them, hey, I need you, you know, help me.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll need some help this week, too. They've got good receivers, don't they, and a really good quarterback. So tell us about the challenges about going up against this BYU offense this week.
Yeah, they got some really good skilled players, good quarterback. But as long as our defense do us, I feel like we'll be okay. You know, D-line doing their job.
Malik, it just seems like you guys now just believe every time you go out there. You expect to win now. You've been around here for a little while. Tell us how the culture has changed.
No, it's changed a lot. Coming in my freshman year, you know, I had a lot of me guys, players that wanted to win but wanted to do it themselves. Now is everybody's buying into the team. So, like, if a player now doesn't play as much, he still supports just as much as he's out there.
Yeah. Well, that's always a good thing to have. Have you ever been to Utah before?
No, sir. First time. First time.
Have you seen what the weather forecast is going to be like?
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm going to be prepared for it. You know, from coming from the South, it's never been that cold for me, so I'm going to be all right.
Yeah, exactly. It's sometimes kind of fun to play in cold weather when you play football anyway, so this will be a big one out there. It's going to be a big crowd. You guys are going to have to battle against the crowd as well, aren't you? But isn't that what you live for, Malik? A big game like this, big-time opponent in a big-time stadium. You guys got to live for this, don't you?
Yes, sir. Big-time players make big-time plays, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to focus on us.
That's Malik Fleming.
All right, the voice with the Pirate Corner and return man Malik Fleming. And speaking of the voice, he joins us now on the Pit Electric Live line, live from Provo, Utah. Jeff Charles joining us on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Jeff, how you doing?
Hey, Clip, I'm doing great, and I'll tell you what, the Pirates, I think, are going to do great here tonight as well. I know one thing, it is a tremendous setting, one of the most picturesque stadiums in the nation, and we are sitting here. The Wasatch Mountains are the backdrop here for LaVell Edwards Stadium. They're already snow-capped. It is just a magnificent sight, and it was just like this when we came here, of course, 7 years ago in 2015 when the Pirates only lost by 7 points, and then East Carolina was fortunate enough a couple years later to get this BYU team in Greenville. So we're setting up now for the rubber match. It's 1-1 in the series, and I expect a very good competitive football game tonight.
Pirates beat them here at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, lost a thriller, a shootout last time East Carolina and BYU got together in 2015. Jeff, we just played your interview with Malik Fleming, and a very confident young man, and he has reason to be. This defense has reason to be confident because they are flying around, they are getting to the quarterback, and they are forcing turnovers. And Jeff, when they get an interception or a fumble recovery, they're not looking to go down, they're trying to score. And I love that about this attacking defense, the Sharks, as Steve Ellis, Coach Ellis and company calls them. But they're playing a fun brand of defense right now for ECU.
Yeah, they really are, Clip, and it's great to get 4 turnovers, and it's even greater when you convert those turnovers into points, which the Pirates have been able to do here of late, too. Here's an interesting stat. I don't know if you guys talked about this on the show today or if you've talked about it on your show this week, Clip, but when the Pirates win the turnover battle, they win the game. When they lose the turnover battle, they lose the game. So, we always talk about how important that is going into a game. Well, for the Pirates this year, it's been even more important. So, the challenge is to get some turnovers for this team. There's +6 in turnover margin coming into the game. And BYU is also good in that department. They're +4 in turnover margin. So I think that's going to be a big key in this game. I think the other big key is early on, initially, the Pirates are going to have to match the physicality of BYU, and they've been able to do that with their opponents this year. As you know, Mike Houston really prides himself and his teams in being more physical than the opponent. And, Clip, I expect BYU to come out here with their hair on fire. They are really playing for their season here tonight. 4-4. They've lost 3 games in a row. They had high expectations coming into this season. They were preseason ranked number 19. And then, of course, earlier this year when they were rolling, they got to number 12. And now here the last 3 weeks, the trains come off the tracks for them. So they're kind of playing for their lives here tonight. So the Pirates are going to get their best shot.
No doubt. And I was going to ask you, Jeff, I remember when they knocked off Baylor, who was top 10 at the time, BYU was knocking on the top 10 doorstep. So they got something there, and we kind of look at this, man, they're 3 losses in a row, blown out by Liberty. But at some point, they really had something going. I don't know, what are the concerns about this BYU team if they do finally get it going again, Jeff? What are they going to do well? What is the thing they're kind of banking on, getting them back in this season?
Well, it starts with their quarterback, Jaron Hall, and he's a good one, 65% through the air. He's in his 21st start, so he's a veteran player. 19 touchdowns, only 3 interceptions. He's the guy that really does make them go. He can also pull the ball down and run it. So here we are again talking about another dual-threat quarterback against ECU. So you have to start with those guys. And for them, and I'm not hearing anything different as we sit here about an hour and a half before kickoff time regarding the guys that they were talking about earlier this week being injured and not able to play. I'm not hearing that they're going to play here tonight, so maybe that was accurate information early on. Cody Epps, their leading receiver with 39 catches coming in, is not supposed to play tonight, and Chris Brooks, the transfer from Cal, who is their leading rusher with 463 yards coming into the game, also, again, is not expected to play tonight. So they've got 2 of their big weapons who are not ready to go. Now they still have weapons, and Puko Nakua is a guy that can hurt you both catching the football and running the football. He's kind of a dual threat guy. They'll try and get the ball in his hands a lot, so the Pirates are going to have to identify him and also identify a big tight end who's a really good player, Isaac Rex, who is a load at 6'6", 250 pounds. They'll try and get him out there as well, get the ball in his hands. But the matchup, Cliff, is a huge offensive line for BYU. I mean, these guys are big, and they say the 2 tackles are NFL draft guys. I mean, they're 6'8", 305, and 6'8", 325, and then the guys inside are all over 300 pounds. They got a 6'8" right guard. I mean, they look like a basketball team, and they're all well over 300 pounds. So it's a concern for the Pirate defense. Blake Harrell was joking with me earlier this week. He says we're going to look like a bunch of midgets out there trying to play against these guys. But we all know the Pirate defensive line's played really well this year.
That they have. Jeff Charles joining us. BYU, a 3-point favorite in this game, and Vegas has the over-under set in the 60s, Jeff. So they're expecting a shootout, a lot of points tonight. We'll see if this Pirate offense can put up some points. BYU has struggled stopping the run, so maybe they look to get Keaton Mitchell and Marlon Gunn going tonight.
Yeah, exactly, because they have really been struggling against the run this year, Cliff. And, You know, you take a look at they're giving up 203 yards per game on the ground, and then Liberty just absolutely blitzed them last week for 300 yards. So they're trying to find themselves defensively, and they're giving up 31.6 points per game. So defense has not been their strong suit. They've got a couple of really good defensive linemen who the Pirates are certainly circling on the scouting report. John Nelson, number 94, is a guy they move all over the defensive line. He's a very talented kid. And Tyler Batty is another big defensive lineman at 6'5", 275, who the Pirate coaching staff tells me is also a quality player up front. Now, where the Pirates feel like they've got some advantages, they really feel like going into the game that the Pirates can exploit some of the corners for BYU and also the secondary for BYU. They really want to get those matchups with C.J. Johnson and with Ryan Jones and with Isaiah Winstead. They think they can go to work on the BYU secondary tonight, so let's see if that transpires.
Jeff, thanks for joining us. Great report out live in Provo, Utah. Have a fantastic call tonight. And, Jeff, we'll talk to you next week on Pirate Radio Live on Wednesday. And no game, so the Voice will have a weekend off next week. Finally a bye week for this East Carolina football team that's been through the grind this year.
Yeah, this has been a grind, Clip. 9 consecutive weeks of football, and I think everybody was looking forward now to a little bit of a break. But, you know, you flip the coin on the other side. If the Pirates win here tonight, that'll be 3 wins in a row, and then you kind of want to go back next week and play again because you have such great momentum. But there are a lot of kids playing out there that are banged up, and I'm sure they can use the rest.
Jeff, thanks so much. We'll talk to you again Wednesday.
All right, Cliff. Thank you.
The Voice, Jeff Charles, joining us live from Provo, Utah, East Carolina, BYU, 8 o'clock, ESPN2 tonight, folks. And we'll be back here in 2 weeks getting you ready for ECU Cincinnati on a Friday night. Wes, can you slide your chair up? I want to get your reaction because Chandler, you remember one day Shirley was out and we were doing dad jokes and Wes was kind of great in the jokes with his laughs and whatnot. So Wes, we got some Halloween dad jokes and we just got one from Super GB Boy. I want to get your thoughts on it. Kid is at a Halloween party in a pirate costume, and a lady said, "Where are your Buccaneers?" And that's not the joke.
I don't care. That was funny already.
All right.
Keep going.
The lady said, "Where are your Buccaneers?" And the kid said, "On the side of my bucking head." All right, that's a winner. That's a winner. That's a Wes Hines winner. What are the ones from earlier? How did they know that Dracula had COVID? But because of his coughing. All right, that's a pretty good one.
You got it.
Chandler actually had a good punchline to one. Why don't monsters eat ghosts?
I have no clue.
Because they'll go right through you. That's good. All right, pretty good. All right, so there you go. There's some Halloween dad jokes. Wes Hines approved.
Yeah.
And Wes going to be running some Conley football coming up 8 o'clock tonight as we will join the Conley Vikings and South Central Falcons in progress at 8. And, of course, we're with you after the game. U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the final Friday night of regular season high school football with Brian North and get his thoughts on ECU and BYU. Brian North joins us after this.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
My whole business just went up in flames, but my agent was there before the fire was out. We started a plan. I've got 25 employees who could be out of a job if we didn't get this place running again. My independent agent and auto owners insurance, they made sure we didn't skip a beat. I mean, we didn't miss a single payroll. That's incredible.
For whatever lies ahead, we're always there.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hi, Pirate Nation. This is Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Are you ready for fall? Because we are with our fall savings event. Also, are you tired of other dealers marking up their vehicle over MSRP? Don't worry, because at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, we don't do that. Come work with the best salesman in Beaufort County, Stephen Tyson, voted by Washington Daily News. Have the pleasure of working with the best sales staff in Eastern North Carolina during our fall savings event. We have a vehicle for every need. Come check out the all-new design Jeep Grand Cherokee and more. And remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Fall isn't just for football, it's a great time for something new to wear as well. And Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington has everything you need for game day as well as any other day for men and women. Whether it's dress, casual, or even a formal occasion, Russell's has you covered. Russell's has served Eastern North Carolina and beyond for 39 years with quality clothing and personal service. We are proud supporters of ECU athletics and invite the Pirate Nation to shop Russell's in downtown Washington, the home of Russell's Clothing.
Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers for my friends at Arc Point Labs. Just as I trust my teammates, you can trust Arc Point Labs to give you quick and accurate results for your laboratory testing needs. Arc Point Labs provides insights and solutions to enable individuals, businesses, and communities to make informed decisions on their health, safety, and well-being. Visit any of the 6 Eastern North Carolina Arc Point Labs locations or go to arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Amanda Houston, and when it came time to make the game-winning play for relaxation at our house, I made the right call to Jamie Lang and Carolina Hardscapes. Jamie and his team built the backyard oasis of our dreams with a beautiful custom paver patio, outdoor lighting, and fireplace. Make your backyard incredible and call Carolina Hardscapes today at 364-1201 or visit their showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Suck. Go Pirates!
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates!
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
I know we're going to talk to Brian North here in a few minutes about high school football, but let's run down the games that are slated in the eastern part of the state. Havelock is at Rose tonight. This is a battle for second place in the Big Carolina 3A, 4A. Both teams are 7-2. Our D.H. Conley game of the week will have the Vikings at South Central tonight. And Farmville Central is on the road, and they will face off against North Pitt. Both teams are 4-5 on the season. Ayden Grifton will close out the regular season on the road at Washington. And both teams are looking for their first Eastern Plain Conference win of the year. And Parrott Academy, who is 7-1, will face off against John Paul II, who is currently 9-0. This is going to be a battle for the Big 8 Conference regular season title. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. And you can follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck. Let's head out to the Pitt Electric Live line and talk to Mr. Blitz, Brian North, joining us on the program. Brian, how you doing, sir?
Doing great, despite a drizzly, cold, rainy night that'll keep people away from high school football and then watching their televisions. I'm doing great.
I meant to bring that up earlier, and with Jeff, we've gone out to Provo 3 times. Jeff, Charles, Patrick Mason, Steve, and I go, and we've seen the pictures too, Brian, and it is breathtaking. The sunshine, the mountains, the snow-capped mountains, and such a beautiful sight. And I was thinking to myself, kind of dodged a bullet with this being a home game for East Carolina. I don't know how many fans would have want to sit through what's going on tonight in Eastern North Carolina.
What is the temperature in Provo, though?
Well, it's not bad currently. It's going to get cooler, and I will look that up as we speak. We looked it up earlier in the week, and it looked like maybe low 40s at the end of the game tonight. So, yeah, right now it is at, let's see, 50. Well, it'll be 50 here soon, but it will drop to below 40 during the game. So, yeah, it's going to be cold.
And if it's windy, that'll make it worse. And historically, Pirates don't like the cold, but good teams will embrace it. So we'll find out which is which tonight with ECU. But yeah, it's that time of year. We're not going to have sunny 75-degree days all the time when we're playing anymore, whether it's high school or college.
And we had a great weather year for high school football, right? We had a hurricane out, I think, but other than that, we had some really nice Friday nights for some football, and we get some football weather tonight for the players.
The first week, we had some rain, but we had a window open up. Most teams were able to get it in. We had the one Friday where all the games were moved to Thursday and a few to Monday, but outside of that, we've been very fortunate this year. And even tonight, it's more just an annoying rain and a little cooler. It's not necessarily debilitating. If I didn't have a dog in the fight and I had to either go spend my money and watch a high school game or sit inside and watch ECU on TV, I'd probably sit inside. But I don't mind being out. And that parents and cheerleaders, all that, they'll have a good time tonight, especially being a Halloween atmosphere.
Yeah.
Last week of the regular season, so it'll still be a lot of fun tonight. And if you stay inside, we'll have all the highlights in the Blitz tonight.
Check them out on the Blitz. Brian, what games are you keeping an eye on in this regular season finale Friday?
A lot of big ones, especially in Pitt County. So you've got, the big one between Parrott and John Paul. John Paul going to 11-man next year, but they've got the big one on the turf. Not only the winner of this one will have the conference championship, but probably home field advantage right through the state championships, which in 8-man football is only 3 weeks. So that one's huge. Havelock Rose, huge. I like to call it the Will Bland Bowl because Will played at Havelock. Yeah. He's the head coach of Rose, but they're tied. And the winner of this one gets the seed out of that big Carolina conference, and that's big for playoff purposes. North Pitt Farmville, that's a battle for second place in the Eastern Plains Conference.
Two surprising teams there. I didn't think these teams would be in that position heading into the final week anyway.
No, well, Washington being a disappointment this year, they put too much ranch on it or something. That's the hole for somebody to get in there, and obviously both, Green Central's had a great season. They're done. And so actually Farmville and North Pitt are playing for third place, I should say. But again, both have had resurgent years, and it's been good to see. It's always fun when some of these outlying Pitt County teams are good because the towns rally around them, and that's what we like to see.
Brian North joining us. North, before I forget, my wife got a chuckle from Brian North this week and texted me about it. First, there was a text that says Channel 12 is running the ECU football commercial for last week's game. And so you need to get on that. I said, call Brian North. And my wife said, this morning, Brian North, because she's up, she watches your show, Brian. She said you were talking about cats rescued from Ukraine being shipped to the U.S. And you said, I wonder if the cats will be able to understand English. And she got a little chuckle from that.
I thought it was a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Those cats have been hearing these weird Ukrainian words all the time, and now the good old American English, and what's going to happen? So
they're going to be very confused. That is a great point, Brian. Like, if an animal is born in the States and hears our language, and then they move across the country, how do they adapt to that? It's hard enough for humans to learn another language. How about animals? They're probably smarter than us anyway, so maybe they figure it out.
Co-anchor. This is why I need a co-anchor desperately, because my thoughts are just running amok by myself out there.
I like it. Just complete train of consciousness from Brian North. East Carolina, BYU. Trends say Pirates win. Vegas says BYU by 3. Cold. You got a road game. You got a crowd. I said earlier with Jeff Nadeau, we were talking from a gambling perspective. If you like East Carolina, there's a lot of reasons that you feel confident about your pick. If you like BYU, and on that side, you can come up with reasons. So I guess that's why it's such a close line. Could go either way tonight.
So what always scares me is when you have a good football program like BYU that just got waxed last week by Liberty, right? And so what happens with good teams? They usually respond, and they usually respond with a vengeance and purpose. The larger the margin of loss, the more they seem to come back with a vengeance. So BYU is a proud program. They're not used to having that happen to them. That's third loss in a row. They're trying to figure that out. Something tells me they're going to come out and play one of their better games of the year. Now, how does ECU respond to that? But I don't think this is a walkover by any means. I don't think BYU is going to lay down at home. So this is going to be a tough test for the Pirates. I think 3 weeks ago, I think everybody kind of counted this as a loss. But with BYU's troubles and ECU's certain resurgence and the way Holton Ahlers has just taken it to another level the last 2 weeks, I have never seen him play that well with pressure and people in his face and him making the right reads on the hot reads and the blitzes. He's just playing out of his mind. It reminds me of the senior year at Conley when he just took that next step. And so if he continues to play like that, ECU is going to be a tough out against anybody. But this could be a high-level football game tonight. I'm curious to see how the Pirates respond, and when the temperatures drop, how do they deal with it as well.
Brian North joining us, Pit Electric Live Line. Check out the Blitz tonight for your high school highlights. Brian, we'll talk more college football before we let you go. Ugly one last night in Raleigh, but Dave Doran and State will take an ugly win with their third-string quarterback as they knocked off a bad Virginia Tech team 22-21. Big one tomorrow night in Chapel Hill. North Carolina looking to get to 4-0 and practically punch their ticket to the ACC championship, I would think, if they can knock off Pittsburgh. Although the way the ACC Coastal goes, the way football and all levels have gone this year, it probably makes the most sense that Pittsburgh wins that game. So, but that's actually an important game there on the Coastal side.
It's huge. Now, it's good for North Carolina fans. They have a 2-game lead in the standings. And so even if they have a little bit of margin for error, if they do lose, they still have a 1-game lead, and they have a lot of the head-to-heads already taken care of. But I think Matt Brown and company, they've lost to Pittsburgh the last 2 years, lost in overtime last year. The Kenny Pickett and company, I think they want to make a statement game against Pittsburgh. They have them at home for the first time in a while. So I expect North Carolina to come out and play well. But every time we expect North Carolina to play well, they go lay an egg. So we'll see if they fix that. And as far as NC State last night goes, look, when I saw it was 21-3, I was wondering if State was even going to make bowl eligibility with their offensive problems. But that true freshman from Georgia, boy, he looked good. His numbers were pretty good. And so maybe no need to worry about the Devin Leary era being over now if MJ is going to be the guy for the future. For one game, he looked great. And we'll see what Dave Doran does for the last 4 games if they go with him, because sometimes true freshmen, it's tough. But he certainly proved why he should get a lot more snaps going forward. So I thought that was a gut win for State last night. Wasn't pretty, but they found a way with that freshman quarterback, and that I think has given them new life.
Brian North joining us, Pit Electric Live Line. Ron on Facebook Live says, can I get some love for the New Bern Bears, 10-0, 4A state champions bound? Yeah. Hey, Ron,
you're tomorrow when the brackets come out. They're off tonight.
You're 10-0. You shut out Conley. You've gotten enough love. Give some other people some love. Spread the love, Ron. Jeez.
Yep. So, look, speaking of which, KJ Sampson, their big stud, is down in Tallahassee this weekend. He'll be at the Florida State game tomorrow. So the love for New Bern will be when the brackets come out. We'll see if they get a top 1, 2, or 3 seed in 4A, and then we'll see what they do in the playoffs. But we've given them plenty of love right now. Everybody tonight when they have it all.
There's a lot of teams that this is the last week they'll have an opportunity to get love, Ron. Your team will get more love the next few weeks.
Griffin, we're talking to you.
We do upset picks. Well, we pick a top 10 team and a top 25 team to lose every week on the on Wednesday's show, Brian. And this week, CJ had a pretty compelling argument as to why he's taking Louisville to knock off Wake Forest. Feels a little trappy. The line feels a little trappy at Wake Forest by 3. Shouldn't they be favored by 6, 7? Why is it only 3? What do you think about the Deacons and Cardinals tomorrow afternoon?
Well, this goes back to what we do every week here. We talk about Wake Forest and say how great they are, and no one listens to us. Groups of bettors and Vegas and everybody else. I just can't understand why no one gets on this bandwagon of how good this team really is. Now, a team like Louisville, I can see styles make fights, so I can see where they may give them a little bit of a game, but they've had their own problems. And Dave Clawson has been so steady and so good building that Wake Forest program while no one's paying attention. No one's college game day is not showing up there. I just don't. They have a chance to go 11-1 this year and play in a major bowl game if somebody will let them.
Yeah, we always play that game too, Brian, where we're like ECU should be 7-1, whatever. I mean, that shootout Wake had with Clemson, they had chances. I mean, they are this close to being top 5, knocking on a playoff doorstep right now. So.
Right, and that's a national narrative, too, when it comes down to that stuff. The ACC's no good, and that's how bad it is because Clemson could barely beat Wake Forest, and Clemson barely beat Syracuse, so it must not be that good. But when you start looking at the body of work and what Wake Forest has done and some of these other teams, they're really good this year. And it's just, it goes back, we talk about this all the time, right? Name brands, it's easier for them to get the love because they've been there before. Wake Forest just can't, they don't have that passionate fan base. They don't have the flashiest uniforms or the prettiest stadium. You know, they've been quietly getting these things done, but they also haven't been knocking off the big boys to get them the headlines. They haven't had that sexy win over a brand-name school that really turns people's heads. They just win the games they're supposed to, and they get closer and closer to Clemson all the time, but they just haven't had that win where it's like the nerd girl walking into the room. She hasn't done anything yet to turn everybody's heads to make them look at her yet. Or him. I'm sexist on the show.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Brian North joining us. Brian, we only remember the predictions we make that come true, and Brian was all over the Tampa Bay Bucs demise this year. We talked about it preseason. You circled the offensive line, which has been a major issue for Tampa Bay. They can't run the football. Had a little bit of success last night, but going into the game, I think they were worse in the league at running the football this year. And now you look up, Brian, if the Carolina Panthers, that's right, fired Matt Rule, traded Christian McCaffrey, third-string quarterback, if they beat the Falcons, they are in first place in the NFC South.
Tied with the two teams, but they will have beaten everybody in the NFC South.
They will be undefeated in the division. Yeah. Man.
This is nuts. This is not. Now, you know what's going to happen, right? They're going to lose to the Falcons and not win the rest of the year because now they've got everybody excited for a first-place game in Week 8, which, no one was talking about before. So.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, sometimes when you lose players like Christian McCaffrey, sometimes people sit around and watch that guy waiting for him to do something, and now all of a sudden you're like, oh, I got to step up. And I think that's happening with the Panthers a little bit. Guys are fighting for jobs, and now they're playing much better, and so we'll see. Is P.J. Walker the guy? I don't know. Has anybody figured out who the backup is this week? I thought that was the huge question to find out.
So if something happens to P.J., who goes in, Baker or Darnold? Or Eason? Or Matt Corral in crutches? I don't know. We'll find out coming up on Sunday. Brian, have a great show. Have a great show tonight. How many games are you going to be witnessing live in person tonight?
4 if I'm lucky.
All right.
Kinston right now will be at South Central to watch your alma mater whip up on the Falcons. I'll be over at Rose, and then I'll be at JP2 on the turf.
He's a traveling man. Brian North, thanks for joining us, Brian.
All right, thank you, Clippy.
There he is. Check out the Blitz tonight, WCTI 12, for all of your high school football highlights. I think the Panthers lose. I think it's they got up for 1 week. They got the big win. I think now they go back to reality and keep losing and losing and losing. Chandler, where is your Panthers head at right now?
I think they're going to be fighting for a win. They're going to be fighting for P.J. Walker is the guy.
Steve Wilkes has you jacked up right now.
Steve Wilkes, these players are playing for him. They're trying to get him in a position for this job.
Yeah.
They're going to be going out there and fighting. I have the Falcons winning with our picks with Tony Dunn. That was yesterday on Pirate Radio Live. So I do see the Panthers losing, and if that's the case, then I guess you just, you lose the rest of the way. But if you get a win here,
I
mean, you're sitting pretty in a terrible NFC South division. You go on the road to Cincinnati, where they had lost Jamar Chase for the next 4 to 6 weeks, so they'll be without him. They still have T. Higgins and other weapons there in Cincinnati. But then you play the Falcons once again for the second time in 3 weeks. This time at home in a couple of weeks.
Don't even worry about Cincinnati. Just go 6-0 in your division. Try to sneak in a win somewhere in November, December, and win the division with 7 wins and go to the playoffs.
Done it before. Been there, done that. Why not do it again?
There you go. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. When we return, we'll talk to Brian Bailey and that kind of thing.
And that kind of deal. And the Commodores.
We'll do that when
that kind of deal.
I'll do that when we return.
Coming up at 6 on Channel 9 WNCT.
Back with more on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, hour 4. Back after this.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holton Ahlers, and when it comes to getting your family together, there's no better place than Familia, which is Italian for family. Familia is the place I like to bring my football family, especially my offensive linemen. Whether it's great New York-style pizzas, homemade meatballs, lasagna, chicken parmesan, or delicious homemade desserts, Familia is a winning play every time. For dine-in or takeout, make Familia your go-to play when you have a hungry team. Familia on Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College. Go Pirates!
Take a hit from a 300-pound linebacker, and you better be wearing pads. Take a hit on the road, and you better have good auto coverage. When you've got North Carolina Farm Bureau Auto Insurance, you've got the best local agents ready to help you bounce back. If you don't, well, you'll probably play football without a helmet, too. In Pitt County, call Carlton Venters or C.J. Messerly at 252-756-3007. North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina Incorporated. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Hey Pirate Nation, Shimmer Boutique is your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials. This is Holton Ahlers, and if you need a Yeti cooler, apparel, shoes, or accessories for the season, Shimmer has you covered. Shimmer Boutique is also the exclusive retailer in Greenville carrying the largest selection of built-in broken gear for adults and youth. Be ready for game day and every day at Shimmer Boutique on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville across from Lowe's. Go Pirates!
Love is finding the internet of your dreams from MetroNet. Get ready for fast, reliable, 100% fiber speeds with unlimited data so you can stream, study, surf, and game on all your devices simultaneously. No lag times or buffering. MetroNet offers student deals. Get 100 megabit internet for just $39.95 a month. Switch today at metronet.com/switch. MetroNet. Love your internet.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
This is Braxton Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. If you're looking to purchase a home, it is still a great time, and being pre-qualified before you begin shopping is an advantage. At Angel Oak, we offer a wide variety of programs ranging from conventional, government, and portfolio loans that can fit most financial situations. To get started, contact our experienced team of Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, Wanda Hager, or myself, Braxton Green, at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live on Monday through Friday, 3 until 6 p.m., and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Thank you, Shirley Rhodes. The man of Chandler Honeycutt is here. Wes Hines ready for reporting for D.H. Conley duty, which we will begin at 8 o'clock. We'll keep up with that score as we roll along here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and give you those on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard as we go on. We got some folks pitching in for Brian Bailey tonight on Touchdown Friday on WNCT Channel 9 because BB is out in Provo, Utah. Bailey, how you doing out there?
Doing great. How are you?
Good. And I got to tell you, that picture that you put up earlier today, it looked like, in fact, I'm doing a Photoshop right now that I'm about to wrap up. It looks like a LL Bean catalog cover. That was a good-looking picture, Bailey.
I mean, it's just really the beauty of this place has been the story so far. And, I mean, we were flying in, and somebody raised their window shade up, and I said, wow, look at that. And I took a little video of that, and it's just beautiful. This town of Provo, Utah is just kind of sunk into the mountains, and it's all over the place, the snow caps and, the big Y on the mountain. And it's just really a beautiful place to see a football game. And, when you go up in the press box, you can see it even better as far as just, and you see pictures online of that exact shot. But it's really just a gorgeous, gorgeous place.
Bailey, I can hear the background. You're at Lavelle Edwards Stadium right now. So what's going on the field an hour before kickoff?
Well, right now, the specialist announcement that the game was an hour away. So kickoff is exactly at 5 after 8 Eastern, 5 after 6 Mountain Time. So they just made the big announcement so everybody would know the kickoff is exactly an hour away. So that's the big thing for these fans. There's hardly anybody here, but everybody has told us that the fans will arrive right at kickoff. Will be slammed. They're expecting around 60,000. I think this place holds 63,000 and change. So they're expecting a huge crowd, and they figures that, hey, that student section is going to be, going to be wild on you. They're going to call you all kinds of names, and you just got to be ready for it. So I'm going to wander down there in a little bit and see what happens. But they're expecting a raucous crowd tonight.
And I think the guys will be ready for it. There are some first-timers, some young players, freshmen, newcomers that haven't faced it, but this is the first time they'll face a crowd in an environment like that, Bailey, which is crazy to say this late in October. But your first road game was a neutral site. Your second one was against a good opponent, but not a great atmosphere. So this will be the first challenge in that department.
And that's exactly the same thing that we were talking about. And I said, this has got to be the toughest, task to date on the road. And you think about it, yeah, they played in Boca Raton. They played in New Orleans. It's a very good Tulane team, but the crowd certainly didn't win that game. We didn't have anything to do with that game. So this is a crowd that hopes to be part of it. And I really think it's going to come down to if East Carolina gets off to a good start. BYU has really tumbled out of the national rankings. And if you read some of the, articles here in Provo, they're really on shaky ground right now. So when you have a team like that, you just got to put your foot on their throat and carry it out and finish it up. But they do have a lot of talent, but they've really struggled of late. I think it's going to be a good game, though.
Looking forward to it, Bailey. This Pirate offense is absolutely clicking right now, and we found a pretty basic stat you can go by this year. When Holton Ahlers throws an interception, East Carolina's 0-3. When Holton Ahlers doesn't throw an interception, East Carolina's 5-0. That has told the story. Turnovers, they were huge last week, and East Carolina forcing all those turnovers, and it'll be important again tonight against BYU.
Yeah, I think that'll be, as we said, if they get off to a good start. If BYU comes out here and turns the ball over early and the crowd kind of gets taken out of the game, I think that's going to be really big for East Carolina in this part two of this Big 12 gauntlet that the Pirates are embarking on. They took care of UCF, BYU. We got Cincinnati and Houston coming up, and what a deal that would be if you could go 4-0 with that bunch. But you got at a time. They're 1-0 so far, and they got a big one tonight against BYU.
Well, Bailey, you said the specialists were out there. Any Pirates out there around you? Who's going to have the big night? Is it Larson or Conrad or who's on the field?
Hey, Johnson is the closest one to me.
All right.
Blake Harrell's standing right beside me, so maybe he'll have a big night tonight.
There you go.
He's got a smile on his face, man. He's fired up. I'm going to go with Blake Harrell. That means if the defense does well tonight, Blake Harrell's our star. How about that?
I like it. Good stuff. Hey, Bailey, thanks for the report. Have a blast out there, man, and we'll talk to you when you get back.
All right, sounds good. Go Pirates.
There is Brian Bailey live from LaVelle Edwards Stadium, getting ready for the Pirates and the Cougars. 8:05 here Eastern Time kickoff. A late night, but man, if the Pirates can win, it'll be a fun night on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. This is my opinion. I feel like that if you win this game, awesome. It is icing on the cake. If you lose this game, not the end of the world. Maybe that's not what people want to hear, but it's a non-conference game. You already got the 5 wins. You don't want to say that Temple is a gimme, but the Pirates are going to be favored to win that game. The Pirates could be favored to beat Houston. That's going to be a close line. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that they beat Cincinnati. So I think there is another win on this schedule. 6 is not the goal for this year. I had East Carolina 7-5 before the season started. So you wanted more than 6, certainly. You wanted 7, 8, 9, and I would love that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is Memphis was a must-win. Last week was a huge win, and I think those 2 wins took a little pressure off East Carolina. Just my opinion, the way I look at it. You might disagree. Chandler, how do you feel? Is this a must-win game for East Carolina?
I personally, yes, to me.
All right, I like it.
You want to go ahead and get this 6 win, get to 6-3, especially after the start that you had, where the loss to Tulane. Everybody's looking at that as a step backwards. I mean, then you look and people are like, "Oh, it's going to be a climb to that 6th win," and well, here we are. We're here and having a chance to get that 6th win tonight on the road in Provo. So I think this is a big win because it's going to get you your 6th, and then you get your 6th win and your 3rd straight win going into the bye week, a much needed bye week. 9 straight football games for the Pirates. You get a bye week. You go on the road again on a Friday night against Cincinnati, where the Pirates could win. You come home to Houston, then you go on the road to Temple. So, I think this is from different standpoints, especially keeping the momentum that the Pirates need to keep that they've had the past 2 games, especially last week in a dominating performance against UCF. How about dominating the game tonight? How about not just getting a win? How about whooping their ass and getting the win tonight and getting the 6th win?
Yeah. I apologize for Chandler's language.
Sorry. Bad language.
All right. I like it. Let's go out and do it. You remember our pregame show before ECU App State last year? And we were coming off COVID, and it was the first time, crowds had been back. And I was talking about how I had, a jealous feeling. It's not quite there, but I'm seeing people that I follow on Twitter, their pictures from BYU Stadium. And I got to say, I wish I was there.
I'm jelly.
It looks tremendous. I wonder if you ever get, tired of it or used to that. If you go every week, you're so used to it, it's probably not as breathtaking the 80th time you see it. But, man, what a place to watch a football game. And if the game sucks, you just look right over the The seat's there, and you look at a mountain.
And you just stare at it the whole time.
Stare at God's beauty.
Like, say the game's out of hand in the halfway through the first quarter. Just stare at it for 3.5 quarters.
I'm not going home to not drink caffeine. There ain't nothing to do at home but stare at the wall. I'm going to stare at this mountain for the rest of the game.
Stare at the snow caps.
I'm going to stare at that cap of snow. Let's take a break. We'll come back. When we return, we will talk to Billy Weaver. Bad news.
Billy Weaver.
No banana pudding from Parker's.
Rooster Neck.
But we do have some donuts for old Rooster Neck. And we have boneless wings, fried chicken, sandwiches, shrimp boiga. There's still corn sticks left because of all these hush puppy people around here. But that's fine with me. I love a corn stick. Wes, corn sticks or hush puppies? Who are you? He's a hush puppy, man. He's an HP guy, just like Chandler. Shirley?
Hush puppies all day long.
All right. Well, that explains the empty bag of hush puppies.
Yeah, I ate them all. I'll be the first one to tell you, I ate them.
Plenty of corn sticks for me.
What you gonna do?
Parker's Barbecue ships nationwide at parkersbbq.com. Take a break. Come back when we return. Billy Weaver, co-host, U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, joins me after this.
Here today with Jeff Stein from Brown & Wood. Jeff, how's the service department?
Service is going great. Like I told you before, 2022 is the year of the customer. We've been voted #1 dealership in Greenville for 3 years in a row, and there's a reason why. For service, we still offer free pickup and drop-off, so we're trying to make it super convenient for the customer. And right now, our customers are repairing their vehicles more than ever.
How can people make a service appointment?
They can go to brownwood.net or dial 355-6080.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
Temperatures are in the low 30s at 10 a.m., increasing sharply to 75 degrees by 1 p.m., and then dropping into the teens by 10 p.m. So before you go to work, put on some gloves, pack some shorts, and a parka. That should cover you for the day.
Your heating and cooling take a beating. Guarantee your system is ready when you need it. Call Delcor. Buy a new train system and make no payments until 2023. It's hard to stop a train. With inflation and high gas prices, you don't need another payment. So buy this month and make no payments until 2023. Delcor, the service professionals.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Bonner Latham, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
With over 30 locations across North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, Quality Equipment is your local John Deere dealer, where you'll find everything you need for your next project. Our complete lineup of John Deere lawn and garden, agricultural, and commercial worksite equipment comes with years of experience, expertise, and dedication. We know what it takes to get it done right. Stop by today or visit us online at QualityEquip.com.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers in Greenville, plus the all-new Tiebreakers in Winterville. Do real burgers better than anybody. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, real burgers at its best. Everybody loves burgers.
This is Miles Berry, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, we've got a couple of NBA games already in progress. Orlando has a 12-9 lead over Charlotte in the first, and the Hawks have jumped out to a 14-10 lead over the Pistons in the first. And area high school football, these are the scores that we have so far. Some of these scores have not been updated yet, so what we have right now is Conley is up on South Central 6-0. Riverside leads Bertie 12-0. Aiden Grifton is trailing Washington 6-0. Havelock and Rose have kicked off, no score as of yet, and I am double checking a couple of other scores here as we are discussing. No score reported yet for the Farmville Central game, and we will keep you updated on that coming up a little bit later on. But that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. Right now during football season, you can join The Buck for Sunday Fun Day with football, food trucks, live music, giveaways, and the largest 4K TV in Eastern North Carolina. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck.
The Buck.
Thanks to Parker's Barbecue for the pregame meal. Jack Bowen, like myself, is a corn stick fella.
What's up, Jack? That's my brother right there.
Oh, so you actually know Jack?
I know Jack. I know Jack very well.
I don't know Jack. I don't know Jack squat.
No, and you don't know Jack.
I don't know Jack.
Alexandria is with me on corn sticks. Alexandria figured out how to make them, since no one sells them outside of Eastern North Carolina. Now, that's how it's done. Well done, Alexandria. You can get Parker's to ship some to you. ParkersBBQ.com. They ship nationwide. Craig says, yo, Clip, he was going to have a McRib tonight. He said, my wife surprised me with lobster mac and cheese and some sushi. Man, talk about a keeper. Craig, you're my kind of guy, because I love
my guy.
A buffet, my guy. And not just like a country, like the same foods on a buffet. Like, give me a mix. Give me a McRib, lobster mac and cheese, and sushi. That's what I'm talking about. What a meal.
Would that be your last meal?
Not necessarily those three items, but I would love a mix and match of like some lasagna, a steak.
Lasagna,
a steak, and...
what about some banana pudding?
Well, you know what? That reminds me. Let's head out to the Pit Electric Live line and talk to the Big Puddin'. He is Billy Weaver joining us. Weave, how you doing on this Friday?
First of all, I go from Rooster Neck to the Big Puddin', but I'm telling you right now, I'm not coming in. I'm done.
Why are you not coming in?
Because you guys don't have banana pudding.
We do have treats. Now, courtesy of Steve Hill, he did hear that we didn't have banana pudding for you, Weave, but we do have some donuts. Would that bring you into the studio tonight?
Ooh, what kind of donuts?
Krispy Kreme, and they're Halloween special.
And remember those boneless wings you enjoyed a few weeks ago? We got a whole tray of those.
Yeah, okay, I'll be there.
All right, cool.
I figured those negotiations wouldn't take long. I figured we could get them in here. All right, Weave. First road environment of the year for East Carolina. First cool weather game. Those are some of the topics we've been talking about tonight and throughout the week on this show. So before we get into your keys offensively, defensively, what's your overall feel for ECU BYU?
Well, I got a good feeling that East Carolina is going to play well, and if I had to pick a winner, I'm going with East Carolina because, you know, I had thought early in the week before the line came out, I figured it would be 3 points. because BYU's not playing well right now. Of course, you guys have talked ad nauseum about how they've kind of fallen this year. They were a top 25 team. I think they were, in the top 20 at one point early in the season, and that was a game I had early in the season circled on the schedule, ECU and BYU as one of the ones that could be, a key game this year. But then, after the big loss on the road, was it 42-14? Is that what the final was last week against Liberty?
Yeah.
I've lost all confidence in BYU, and I think a lot of people have. So when I saw the 3 points, I thought, okay, that seems about right because, going on the road, you got to go all the way out to Utah. That's a tough trip to make on a Friday, so you got one less day of preparation. So I get that, but the more I delved into the numbers and looked at it, I think East Carolina should be favored by even more. I'd go 6.5, 7 even. If I were a betting man and I had to take BYU, you'd have to give me probably a touchdown in this game.
All right. Well, I like the confidence of Billy Weaver. One reason he is confident is the way East Carolina has played offensively these last 2 games. And what is your key tonight for that side of the ball, Billy?
Well, I think Keaton Mitchell and Marlon Gunn are going to have a good game. They really are. This BYU defense, they've got a lot of holes in this defense. They got a lot of problems in this defense, and they gave up a ton of yards last week at Liberty, and I think that sets up very well for Keaton Mitchell and Marlon Gunn. And with the way this East Carolina offense is, and they give you so many looks, and they've got so many weapons at the skill positions. It's going to be tough for BYU to kind of focus in on one aspect of East Carolina's offense. That in itself, I think, is going to open up the running game, and we all know that you got a home run hitter back there in Keaton Mitchell. He gets into that second level of BYU's defense, which is teams have been able to do it this year. If he can get into that second level, it's good night Provo. I mean, that's just the way it is. And Marlon Gunn's one of those guys too. We haven't seen the breakout from him yet as far as big play potential, but you can see it. I mean, he hadn't hit that big home run yet, but I think that potential is there for him. So I think the running game is going to be key offensively for East Carolina tonight.
Total for this game. Oh, go ahead, Weave. I'm sorry.
No. I just added, of course, protecting the football as well.
Yeah, turnover free. East Carolina has won games when they've done that this year. The over-under is in the 60s for this game, Weave, so they're expecting a lot of points. Last time they played out in Provo, a very different ECU offense and team. You did have a left-handed quarterback with Blake Kemp in that game, but it was 42-35 BYU, and Vegas is expecting something similar tonight with a lot of points, and could be a lot of explosion plays, and some of those coming from the running backs that you just mentioned. How about defensively, Billy? This team went from a solid defense to now one that is forcing turnovers, sacking the quarterback. So this Pirate defense has been taking it to opponents these last couple of weeks. What do they need to do tonight to continue that?
Not break. And the reason I say that is because we have labeled this defense as a bend but don't break defense, and the numbers back it up. Check this out. I found this, and this is a very, very interesting stat to me. The Pirates have allowed their opponents to drive inside their 40-yard line 30 times this year, but they're only allowing 3.26 points per opportunity, which is currently 25th best in college football. I mean, if that's not the epitome of bend but don't break, I don't know what is. And that's the thing, is this defense has been playing well all year. Now, the secondary has at times given up some big third and long situations. But when East Carolina shrinks the field, when opponents get inside that 30, 20-yard line and things get a little bit tighter, the DBs are allowed to walk up a little bit more, tighter coverage, things like that, it almost plays right into the hands of this East Carolina defense. It's almost like they feel more comfortable inside their own 20-yard line than anywhere else on the field. And as a result, I mean, you can see they've only given up 3.26 points. So that's basically just over a field goal. So teams aren't scoring as many touchdowns against this East Carolina defense when they get in the red zone. If East Carolina can continue to do that tonight, I think they'll be very successful. What they've got to defend against is those explosion plays outside of the 20-yard line and, big third and long situations where they give up a big play over the middle and a guy breaks free, gets into the secondary and gets some room and gets across the goal line. So I think they've got to limit those big plays over the middle as well. And, of course, once again, like I said, with the offense, it comes down to turnovers. You guys have talked about this. I think Jeff Charles was saying that when East Carolina wins the turnover battle, they win the game. When they lose the turnover battle, they lose the game. And, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out the overall key to the game, and especially when you're on the road and you're going to be in what could be a hostile environment, turnovers are always key. Keep the fans out of the equation, so to speak, with the turnovers. You've got to limit the time that the defense is on the field because, of course, the less the defense is on the field, the more effective they're going to be. So I think turnovers a huge key tonight. They've got to hold on to the football.
Billy Weaver joining us, Pitt Electric Live Line, about 35 minutes away from kickoff. Stephen Igo tweeting out that, and we mentioned this earlier in the show, but it has been confirmed now. He says Jalen Johnson not playing for East Carolina tonight. Shane Calhoun back in uniform, so that's a good thing. On the defensive side, Emmanuel Hickman, who's missed the last 2 games, is also back in uniform tonight. So there's a positive for that defense we just spoke about. Billy, special teams-wise, Igo mentioned it earlier, BYU has some issues in the kicking department, so who knows? Last time these two teams played in Provo, both teams had a punt blocked, so we could see some special team shenanigans tonight out in Provo.
Well, those are the big swing plays in these types of games. If you're expecting a close game, which, I'm thinking anyway, of a touchdown game, that this game will be within, 7 points or so, those are the big swing plays. If you can get a blocked punt, especially if you get a blocked punt that's a scoop and score situation, those are just huge, enormous plays. They're great for you if they're in your favor and you're on the road. But they can be devastating if they're against you in somebody else's house. So that could be a huge swing if that happens tonight. Of course, the kicking game, we've talked about, the ups and downs of the kicking game for East Carolina. And as far as BYU is concerned, going back to what I was talking about, the bend but don't break, when BYU gets into the red zone, and if they can't score touchdowns, they've got to convert field goals, and they've got to convert them pretty much all the time to be able to stay in the game. So that's going to be key. The kicking game all year has been interesting, to say the least, for the Pirates.
Billy Weaver will be here late night, Friday night, on into Saturday morning, and Billy will get a couple of Saturdays in a row off, and actually 3 if you count the one on Cincinnati game week. So we'll take that, and man, we had a good time late night these last couple of weeks, and hopefully another celebratory edition of the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show coming up tonight.
Yeah, I hope so. And it's funny, right now I'm watching ESPN2. They've got baseball tonight on, but they just showed the mountains in Provo, Utah. They showed East Carolina getting off the bus, Coach Houston walking into the stadium. I heard Brian Bailey earlier say that exactly when you guys were talking to him, 1 hour away from kickoff, and that really nobody was in the stands. Doesn't surprise me. That's very typical of BYU. They're not a big tailgating school for obvious reasons. We know why we tailgate at East Carolina and why it's so much fun. That's kind of taken out of the equation in the tailgating situation up at BYU, so that's a crowd that always comes right kind of at game time. So I expect there's going to be a big crowd there, going to be an awesome atmosphere, and hopefully the Pirates come home with a victory, because I can remember I was actually talking to a friend of mine about the last time I made a really long trip with the ECU football team, and that was, it was early 2000s, if I remember correctly. We went all the way out to UTEP and won that game against the Miners, and that was a night game that we didn't get home until about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, if I remember correctly, but it was after a win. I tell you what, those plane rides home from those long West Coast trips are much nicer after a victory.
No doubt, and hoping for one of those tonight. We'll see you here in a few hours, man.
All right, man.
Thank you.
Some donuts.
Yeah, we got you. Billy Weaver, co-host, U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show, joining us here on the Pitt Electric Live Line. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll hear from the coordinators. We got that and a lot more on the way. Got to make our fantasy picks before we get out of here as well. So a lot more to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Thank you so much for this. Has been a really fun show, really interactive show, and we'll keep the interactions going. Blake says bold prediction: Malik Fleming gets a touchdown tonight, pick six or punt return, one or the other. He'll take it. And Clint, for his big three when it came to food, will be sushi, lasagna, mac and cheese. Robert says big ball game. Chandler was getting fired up from Mark Lindsay earlier today. Let me find that tweet from our buddy Mark Lindsay and see what he said.
It said something along the lines of...
There you go. Tonight is the future, if we choose to accept one at ECU football. Going to marinate on that.
Let's go, baby.
Marinate on that for a little bit.
Tonight
is the night.
The future.
In terms of the future.
In terms of big ball game, what you got cooked up, what we got cooked up is the future, baby. And it all starts tonight in Provo, Utah, all the way across the land. Pirates are going to have to get it done tonight, and I think they do.
The future is
Let's
now.
Go, baby.
1:28 left to go, first quarter. Hornets up 19-14 on the Magic.
Hornets.
On the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by Dubuck. We'll take a timeout, come back. Well over 100 likes on YouTube. Love to see it. Thanks, folks. Back with you after this.
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats, cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
Welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Beauty Bar Medispa wants to know if you are ready to fall into beauty. October 7th through the 14th, all services and products will be on sale. Botox, filler, painless laser hair removal, facials, RF microneedling, rejuvenating laser treatments to treat brown spots, wrinkles, texture, veins, and skin tightening. And now, the only facility in the area to offer non-surgical under-eye fat pad treatments. BeautyBarMedispa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsey Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Greenville Utilities electric customers will soon be able to receive text notifications in the event of power outages. Enrollment is automatic, so make sure GUC has your cell phone number by signing into your account at GUC.com, then update the information in your user profile. Want to talk with someone instead? Call 252-752-7166 during business hours. 252-752-7166. Update us so we can update you. Visit GUC.com for more information.
Do you have an old injury or some pain that's been holding you back all year? It's time for you to get better. With Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we can help you get your life back. Whether you need to get back to a sport, back in the gym, or just back to enjoying life, our team of specialists use a one-on-one, hands-on approach in our state-of-the-art facility to get you back moving again. Don't settle for where you are. Don't stay in pain. Visit kptonline.com today to see how Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness can help you live well, move more, and hurt less.
Your vehicle is a big part of your life. That's why you should trust the team at Greenville Auto World for all your vehicle needs. Greenville Auto World believes in fair prices, superior service, and treating customers right. Visit greenvilleautoworld.net to see their fully stocked inventory of SUVs, trucks, and cars. Need a lift kit, custom rims, or wheels? Greenville Auto World can upgrade your vehicle today. For sales or service, visit Greenville Auto World on Highway 43 in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
This is Coach Blake Carroll, defensive coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? Well, you can listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate.
Visit now with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. And, Coach, let's talk about this BYU defense. They have hit a rough spot here lately, 41 and 52 points. They've given up in the last couple of games, but early on in the season they played well. So what do you see from this D?
You know, they've been banged up. They've had a lot of guys injured. You're never sure who exactly is going to play, who will be back. Early in the year, I think they're ranked as high as 12th in the country. They're playing Notre Dame right down to the wire. Playing with Oregon, Baylor, all these teams that are really, really good. So they've got a talented group. They've got big, strong guys. They're older guys a little bit. Some of them have been to the mission and have come back, so they're mature guys. They'll play well at home. They have great support there. It'll be a good atmosphere. It'll be a tough test for us going out there.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Coach. And you're right; they play really well in Provo. Let's talk about the challenges of playing against a defense and playing against a team that you don't see every year. You play against these American Athletic Conference teams. You kind of have a feel of what you're going to get. But is it a little more challenging to play out of conference and play a school and play a team like this you haven't seen?
Yeah, I think it is because, like you say, the teams you play every year or the local teams, you just know so much about them. You know their players. You know the personnel. This is exciting on one hand. It's a little bit of an odd time probably to break conference and go across the country to play this game. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be they're so versatile. They've played so many different schemes this year. I believe the head coach now has gotten a lot more involved with the defense. He's talking about simplifying. But, in a short week, we're playing a team. We got a lot of film on. They've been in a lot of different defenses. We don't know what they're going to simplify to. Which one of those 4 or 5 different defenses are they going to come out into? What will be their adjustments? So there'll be some filling out to it, and it'll be a challenge, like I say, just kind of figuring out, what kind of scheme and how they're going to try to defend us.
Coach, talk about challenges. This schedule has been really tough this year. 9 consecutive games. This will be the 9th one without a day off, without an open date in the schedule. Mentally and physically, how are your guys holding up?
I think we've gotten a little bit of a shot of new energy here. We had a little bit of a lull in there. It has been a challenging, I think, schedule. I think just playing 4 straight home games you'd think would be great, but I think it kind of lost a little bit of the advantage to play 4 straight in a row. I think when you're kind of home and away, your crowd and everybody energizes a little bit more. Like you say, these kids have had maybe 1 day off since August 1st. And so we've been trying to cut and reduce practice and reps as much as we can, bring other guys along. It's hard to do because it's such a competitive game that you got to play your best every week and try to win. So you got to play them.
Coach, let's talk about Holton Ahlers. 30 of 36 last week, 311 yards, threw a touchdown pass. He's now exactly at 70% completion percentage for the year. You have a quarterback throwing 70%. That's big time.
Yeah, he's playing, probably the best of anybody in the country right now. I think he has been doing what we wanted him to do, is be consistent, and he's worked very hard. Nobody's worked harder than he has to polish his game up. He's doing a great job mentally for us. He's getting everybody to play good around him, and I think that's the number one job for the quarterback. But, the completion percentage is something that we addressed day one when we got here, and it's obviously right now outstanding. So, again, this week will be a challenge. We got to go out there and do it again.
Donnie, it's got to be really gratifying to you, the coaching staff, and certainly to the players as well, when you have a game plan and you see the players go out there and execute it to a T, really to perfection. And I know going into the game last week, it was hold on to the ball and have long, sustained drives. You guys were able to do that, put points on the board. Had to be a really gratifying game from your standpoint.
Yeah, when you succeed, I guess you're always a little bit pleased with it, But I don't know that we've ever executed a plan more to the way we planned it. They were an explosive offense, obviously. You don't want them to have the ball much. They were an outstanding defense and weren't giving up but 14 points a game. So I think now what we're most proud of is that the players are starting to get to the point where they believe, they stay into the game plan, and they just play hard each play. We've won games now where we've come out and had huge first halves, like South Florida led the whole game. We've had a game like the other night where we had a lead, not as big, but we're able to hold off. They rallied a little bit late. And then we've had a game where we were down 17 points and didn't blink and came back right before the half, got the momentum, came out in the second half, really took it to them. So we've won in overtime. We've done it all, so I think that's something that we're most pleased with.
Coach, final question for you. What's your biggest concern going out to Provo and taking on this BYU team? It's a long trip. It's going to be cold. It's against an opponent you don't see every day. So what are your concerns with your offense heading into this game?
Well, I think all those things you just mentioned are things we've tried to address, and we've addressed them so they won't be an issue, but they are somewhat, I think, of a factor. But I guess it's really going to still come down to we're just going to have to figure out, how they trying to defend us, and our guys are going to have to go out there and match them physically because, again, they are big and they are really strong guys. They play a lot of different guys. Even though they've had injuries, it's just helped them to play more guys, so they have great depth. So we're going to have to go out there and be able to handle them physically, and our guys are going to have to go make the plays when they get the chance to be one-on-one.
That's ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
DK there with the voice of Jeff Charles talking offense, and hear from Blake Harrell coming up in just a moment. I mentioned that East Carolina playing in a hostile environment for the first time this season, and Ed on YouTube said BYU is playing in a hostile environment tonight because there will be Pirates on the field. All right, I like that attitude. Randolph is a corn stick guy like myself. He says you can dip them in the stew. That's a tale as old as time right there. Using that corn stick as a vehicle to get the Brunswick stew in. David says Hush Puppies. Do y'all know how Hush Puppies got their name? Taking an old history lesson with David here. He says back in the day.
Can I say it in a country accent?
Huh?
Can I say the story in the country accent?
Yeah, sure. Take a stab at it.
Well, back in the day, Southerners couldn't afford dog food. So when the dog started whining because it was hungry, the owner tossed it some fried cornmeal and said, "Hush, puppy."
Boy, cornmeal really messed you up there, huh?
I read it as cornmeal.
Oh, boy.
I haven't even been drinking like last week.
This is Chandler sober eating. That was
the owner tossed it some fried cornmeal and said, "Hush, puppy."
Hush, puppy.
Hush, puppy.
All right. Thank you, David, for the history lesson. We got a comment on YouTube that says, everybody is looking tonight. Does ECU want to play with the big boys? Must win here if you want to be in the conversation for Big 12 or expansion talk. Got to show up tonight. So if ECU loses this game, they'll never be in the Power 5. According to that comment.
This is a big ball game.
It is a big ball game. And now there is a discussion about the Power 5, which I refuse to get into. Let's hear from the defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell, as he went one-on-one with Jeff Charles.
I'll visit now with ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. And, Coach, when you think about BYU, you always think about high-powered offenses. I mean, this goes back to the Lavelle Edwards days when they were really on the cutting edge of the offense that we see today back in the 80s when they won a national championship in 1984. And here they are still throwing the ball all over the place and scoring over 30 points a game. So what are your challenges this week against these guys?
Yeah, you're exactly right. I remember when I was growing up, Ty Detmer was there, a Heisman guy, and in some ways, Jaron Hall is that same type of guy, just same type of offense. You know, they'll throw it down the field, air it out some, and he can certainly be that type of guy when he's on for sure. Strong arm, and offensively, I think they throw the ball really well. They got some long receivers that can get up and go down the field and stretch it down the field, but they also want to run the football and got big guys up front to run that behind the outside zone, and that's probably where their game starts.
Brooks has been their best running back this year, the transfer from Cal. We understand he may not play in the game, and then Epps is one of their key receivers. He might not play in the game as well, Coach, but I guess you have to prepare like they are going to play.
Yeah, you always prepare for everybody in all possible situations. Even you prepare for the starting quarterback. Hey, what if the backup comes in? So we're always prepared for the top guys, and then if the backups happen to come in, we know, hey, they're good football players too and on scholarship as well. If Epps was down, if Brooks was down, we think that maybe number 12 might see more touches. I think he touched the ball 15 times last week out of 30-something snaps. So he's a guy we got to know where he's at and lined up at all times. And the backup tailback was their starter last year. I mean, I know he's in a backup role right now, but he's still a really good football player.
Your defensive line has really played some great football this year, Coach, and you guys have been so good against the run. But looking at this game, this offensive line for BYU is huge, and they may have some NFL players up front.
There's no doubt. I think those two tackles, 6'6" and 6'8", and they're long, they can move, they're rangy. They'll make us look pretty tiny out there, but we got to find a way to make sure we're stopping the run in there, put them in passing situations, second and long, and then find a way to generate some pass rush.
What a great effort by your defense, Blake, last week. 13 points to a UCF team averaging 41 points a game. They have so many home run hitters, as we talked about a week ago. You guys were able to limit the big play, limit the explosive plays. What was the key to such a great effort last week?
Yeah, it's what we call extra effort plays. And as we talked about it 2 weeks ago versus Memphis, we're talking about it now versus UCF. It's just, hey, finding ways to give that extra effort to keep a big play from going, hitting on us. And that's how, those teams in most offenses these days scores. They get a big play within a drive, and that keeps them going and gets them down the field. Otherwise, they're not patient enough to sit there and just, 2 to 3 yards at a time. So just the guys just really giving great effort, being locked in, focused in. You can see them communicating pre-snap. Hey, where's 4? Hey, where's 0? Those type of things. Alert the motion here. Alert the pass game here. So I think our guys are doing a really good job studying the game plan, being locked into it, and then going out there and playing with great effort and executing it.
Yeah, no question about that, Coach. 4 turnovers last week as well. I know you guys talk about that a lot. You emphasize it in practice. Must be very gratifying to see the guys go out and get 4 turnovers last week.
Man, that was awesome. I mean, Jairo Wilson on the first one to start the game off, he did a really nice job. He gets motion. He's going to go back over. He happens to glance back and see where the tailback is into the boundary there. Probably goes a step too far, but he recovers and was able to pick it off. And then, later in the second quarter there, Julius Wood knocked another one out, goes right to Jairo Wilson again, which was a huge play. Both those drives, they were moving the ball heading into the red zone, so able to keep points off there. And then another one before the half that Malik goes up and picks. If Malik doesn't pick that one, then probably Teagan Wilkes in position to pick it. So that's really good to see. Then the end of the game, Jairo just kind of, at the end of the game, you've obviously got the game in hand at that point, but you don't want to give up a cheap score just for just a momentum thing for us. And Gerard, going up and catching the football there, they try to double move, screen and go on us, and just really job of him being alert, not biting on the what we call the fish there, and going back and getting and bringing it out. So just really happy for those guys, and I think that's the key the last 2 games. And we got to find a way to force some turnovers against BYU as well.
Yeah, Coach, let's talk a little bit about that. And playing against a BYU team that you don't see every day, you get into the season and you see these American Athletic Conference teams year after year, and maybe the same scheme, same coaches, a lot of the same players. But this is a different animal, so talk about the challenges of playing against a team that you don't really see very often.
Yeah, you're exactly right. When you go play a conference team, you've seen the same the scheme or same guys for a couple of years, so you got to get familiar with it, their strengths and their weaknesses, and how you want to attack them. And now you're going to get to go see a new team, a new scheme, and a new area of of the area code, and who our guys aren't familiar with on a short week. So what we try to do is make everything simple for what we're going to try to do, still be complex in how we may look to their offense and attacking them, but still something our guys are familiar with. And our guys have done a really good job of, hey guys, the jet this week is kind of like UCF. The drop back protection is kind of like Memphis. The some of their max protection is kind of like Tulane. So we kind of done a really good job of just recall, and you can do that later in the season. So just really happy for where our guys are right now.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
All right, Blake Harrell there with Jeff Charles. Going to be a challenge tonight for the Pirate defense. Again, the over-under in this game in the 60s. So they're expecting both teams to put up 30 points tonight in this game. Who will have the highest powered offense? We shall see. I got a message to pass along to Chandler from Keith, and I'm going to definitely pass along this message because he claims to be the Godfather. He says, tell Chan to bring the Godfather some corn sticks on the way home.
He is the Chan man's Godfather, and I will do that.
Oh, he's your actual Godfather?
Yes.
Oh, okay. 10-4. It still sounded...
He is the Godfather.
Threatening. Like, I better give this message to Chandler.
Bring me the corn sticks.
Hey.
Bring me the corn sticks.
I don't know what kind of accent we're talking with, but it's not like Marlon Brando in The Godfather, I can tell you that.
I have never seen it. That is a fact.
Not a movie guy.
Not a movie guy. The Chan man's not a movie guy.
Not a movie guy. Come on, man.
I'm sorry.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We will make our fantasy selections. Last week, I'm going to say that Shirley won with Keaton Mitchell. So Shirley will be on the clock with the first pick tonight. And Chandler, I'm going to let you go second.
Okay.
Because that's just...
You are a nice person.
The kind of person I am. We'll take a break, come back, get ready to wrap it up on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
This is Holt Nailers. I've been eating at Parker's Barbecue since I was a kid. Now, all these years later, I still love to eat at Parker's. In fact, I love it so much, I bring my entire offensive line with me. They protect me, and I look out for them with great food from Parker's Barbecue. So whether you bring the team like me or just your friends and family, the awesome barbecue, chicken, and seafood at Parker's is a win every time. Parker's Barbecue, where they always treat you like family.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance. The no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers for my friends at ArcPoint Labs. Just as I trust my teammates, you can trust ArcPoint Labs to give you quick and accurate results for your laboratory testing needs. ArcPoint Labs provides insights and solutions to enable individuals, businesses, and communities to make informed decisions on their health, safety, and well-being. Visit any of the 6 Eastern North Carolina ArcPoint Labs locations or go to arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
This is Braxton Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. If you're looking to purchase a home, it is still a great time, and being pre-qualified before you begin shopping is an advantage. At Angel Oak, we offer a wide variety of programs ranging from conventional, government, and portfolio loans that can fit most financial situations. To get started, contact our experienced team of Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, Wanda Hager, or myself, Braxton Green, at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
The Dickinson Avenue Public House is a lively and diverse restaurant in Greenville that utilizes fresh and local ingredients. With influences of Creole, Asian, and upscale Southern cuisine, the Dickinson Avenue Public House offers a seasonally rotating menu and a full-service bar with rotating craft brews on tap. Come to the intersection of 8th and Dickinson and enjoy $1 off drafts on Tuesday, half-price flights on Wednesday, half-price wine bottles on Thursday, and $1 oysters Tuesday through Friday from 5:30 to 7. For more details, check out their website at daphouse.nc.com.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rose.
All right, let's run down the high school football scores. We've got a few that have come in. Rose has a 7-6 lead over Havelock in the first half. Washington holding on to a 6-0 lead over Aiden Grifton. Parrott Academy is just boat racing JP2 right now. They're in the second quarter. 32-8 is that score. Conley is up 20-0 over South Central. Farmville Central leads North Pitt 12-6 in the second quarter. Kinston has an 8-0 lead over North Lenoir, and Riverside is leading Bertie 28-8. And in hockey, the Canes are in action tonight in Raleigh. The Islanders lead the Canes 1-0 at the start of the second period. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buckets, your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And right now during football season, you can join the Buck for Sunday Fun Day with football, food trucks, live music, giveaways, and the largest 4K TV in eastern North Carolina. Follow the Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the show. Here's Cliff.
All right, and the Hornets stink. They're down 10 to the winless Magic, 40-30. The Buck. We are getting our first looks at Provo. Oh, there you go. The mountains with the snow caps.
Yeah.
About to kick it off. Shirley, who is your fantasy pick for tonight?
I'm going to go back to the well, CJ.
Oh, okay. CJ Johnson. Chandler.
Jonathan. I don't want to take. I want to, but I'm just going to leave him for you. Our guy, Isaiah Winstead. I'm going to go with Keaton Mitchell.
Yeah.
A healthy Keaton Mitchell is a great Keaton Mitchell. Looked great last week. I think he's going to get some big runs this week against a very bad BYU defense, and it proves on paper. And I think Keaton Mitchell's going to take advantage of that today. Give me Keaton Mitchell.
All right, and of course I will take Isaiah Winstead to just continue to do what he does, consistent big nights for the Pirate pass catcher. Thanks to everyone for tuning in and chiming in. Had a really fun show today. Maybe my favorite show of the year. Had a very interactive show with you folks tonight, so we really enjoyed that. And we'll do it again when we are with you late night on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, because that show is all about you. We'll take your calls on the Pit Electric Live line at 317-1250. Thanks to all our guests, and thank you to Parker's Barbecue for the boneless wings, the fried chicken, the shrimp burgers, the chicken sandwiches, corn sticks, hush puppies, slaw, sweet tea, we were fed well during this 4 hours. You can order nationwide. They'll ship to you. ParkersBBQ.com. 3 locations here in Greenville to serve you. All right, we'll talk to you after the game. Myself, Shirley, Chanman, Wes Hines, the crew here at Pirate Radio. I am Paul Mall. We'll see you after the game. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular